No way.
Oh, I need to grab
Almost like
that.
you should be here earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing.
Yeah. What he said.
Hi,
Say.
welcome to Sonic. This is the ad right now. Oh my god. Ice cream and strawberries. Sir, I can see your nipples through your shirt. That's inappropriate for a Sonic ad.
I can see Hunter looking at the Zweihander page.
Pop that chat out. Mute this. Okay, switch back. Grab the chat window.
Free loot. Johnny Kiss.
Oh, you got a drop. Okay.
The last day on Earth? I don't even have that.
That's a tabletop RP. It all ends.
Rank 3,
I don't
Core
know.
Gay Pepper.
You don't know?
That's some game I can
I don't
download on
know.
my phone?
Is this episode 10?
crap.
This is 11.
Man.
Did someone call for a doctor? I want to close that.
Dates, man. How does time work?
No one knows. Only the nose knows. Heh. Spend a fortune point to make a 69 a crit success.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of fucking losers. We're 5.
5 what?
5-year-olds.
Toddlers in a trench coat?
Yep.
Nice.
60. Nice.
Alright, we're going to paste this in so many places. Self-promotion. I should really offload this onto one of you guys.
What?
Yeah. Post them
That's
to
fine.
different places.
You'll have to, then I have to be active in those areas.
That is true. You guys whine about me doing all this stuff.
I'll post stuff in Brain Scant.
I can post stuff in the Super Jugo Bros and for the sake of gaming.
I already do
I'll
that.
put it in Medieval Science Theater because, you know, it's a real active place.
So active. Our fucking backup Discord.
Yeah.
Wild.
So you guys are
What places I need
always
active
whining.
in, I will do the things.
Hunter's active in Dropout TV and the Zweihander one. I don't know if you posted in the Shattered one.
I do. I posted
okay,
in 1,
Shattered.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different Discords.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So I counted 3 plus for the sake of gaming and Jiggle Bros.
I didn't even
three more.
count. I didn't count those two. They don't.
Oh
count.
shit.
Twitter.
Yeah, I posted on Twitter. Yeah. So. All right. So we are successfully promoted. For the
Are
most
we?
part.
Are we?
Yes, we are. And let me just check that we are actually live.
I hope I get to see a dirty pop-up at the bottom of your screen.
Get us banned forever.
Mm-hmm.
What would be a dirty pop-up at the bottom of my screen?
I don't know. I can see your taskbar down there.
This? Yeah, it's just all my porn that I keep on my taskbar.
Exactly. I want to see something dirty pop up.
That's just go look it up yourself.
I mean, it's not as exciting.
Okay.
Seeing Hunter's porn, what he's into, that's where it's at. Other people's porns to learn their kinks
Alright.
and shame them hard.
No,
We
bad.
have talked about that.
We
Don't
talked about
kink
that.
shame.
My kink is kink shaming. It's not fair.
Some kinks just aren't okay, and that's just
You
one of
guys
them.
are just shaming my kink by not letting me kink shame.
Yeah.
Some kinks have to be shamed so that the rest of the kinks can live freely.
I can't get off to my own kink if I'm the one getting shamed.
Correct.
Okay. So we're starting a little bit late because
Gee, I wonder why.
I'm the worst.
Tell them. Tell them your failures. Tell them how you don't prep ahead of time.
I did a lot of prep ahead of time today. The one
He
thing
did
that
not.
I couldn't prep was the OBS on my computer.
He's had all week for it.
That
We'll
is
work on it,
untrue.
guys.
You
That
guys
is
feel that bump
untrue.
as we just
I've
went
been
over
in here
Hunter when we
Tuesday.
threw him under the bus?
And Wednesday, and Thursday, and tonight.
So we were,
I'm Hunter.
I was attempting to create a different, better OBS overlay. And after about 20 minutes of being berated and failing, I decided that we will just stick with what we have and we will get it ready for episode 12 next.
We're good friends. We are good friends.
Yeah, next week. So we are here today with 3 of our players. The wonderful Nathan, Cody, and Chris.
We are pretty wonderful.
It's true. Two of the other players are otherwise busy or engaged with other things.
They hate us.
Yeah, so we're gonna.
They're
we're gonna-
less wonderful.
Yeah, we're gonna 6-hand it, 3-person it today.
No, I think you mean 9-handed.
Yeah, we all
That's
have
too
3
many
arms.
hands. My
Everyone
that
has
is
junk
true.
3
isn't.
arms.
Yeah, every
My junk
person
isn't that
has-
big.
Every person has 3 arms in this game, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are ready to go for the most part. Anything to change with safety tools or anything like that?
Yeah, I have this thing where my GM doesn't prep, and it really bothers me.
Hey, I'm prepped for the session. I just wasn't technically prepped for the OBS stuff.
Yeah, so for
The
this
technical
session, I really would
aspect.
prefer if we didn't run into any technical troubles, because they're really
Yeah.
upsetting to me.
Oh,
It
we're gonna
really
hit,
hurts my
we're gonna
feeties.
hit all kinds of technical troubles, unfortunately.
God damn it.
This is gonna be
This
up
is
in
why
this
we
here,
talk
like-
down to you.
Your call is important to us. Please hold all this.
Yeah.
Goblin tech support.
Next thing you know, you're gonna tell me about my freaking car's extended warranty is expiring soon.
I can look that up for you if you want.
It's true. We're really
Jesus.
concerned about your car's extended warranty.
I'm sure. The warranty I probably don't even have.
It's usually associated with the car itself, not usually something you pay for.
Yeah, but I mean, my car is a 2000, so
Could have an extended one.
Yeah,
could-
that's what extended means.
maybe it extended it by like a year. And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, maybe extended it by a few inches. You know,
That's
that's a lot.
not
For
that's
some
not what extended warranty means.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
You
it
obviously
does-
don't understand the
it-
warranty that is in my pants.
It covers an extra inch outside of the car's dimensions.
So like, I'm not even gonna.
So if you if you hit a person and you break their ankle is covered under your car insurance.
As long as they remain within the warranty.
No,
bubble.
when the incident happened, yeah.
Oh, so
They-
it's like a
they were at
snapshot.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like a temporal, irregardless of temporal.
Hunter, did you know that irregardless isn't a word?
I did know that.
God, it's regardless.
Unirregardless.
Regardless necessarily.
Really unresponsible of you to use irregardless like that.
Did I just
There's
get
a
yelled at?
lot of thrashing Hunter tonight.
Yeah, we've been thrashing him all day for his stupid ideas.
Cody
Hey,
has been
hey, I
thrashing
was,
him all day.
yeah, yeah.
Duh.
I liked the idea.
I did get yelled
Yeah,
at.
but when you're as aggressive as I am, everyone who is yelling just feels like they're on your side.
Nobody else was yelling.
Somebody else was yelling. It was just you.
Yeah, well, Hunter was yelling, which made me feel like he was on my side.
Was Hunter yelling?
I
I mean,
wasn't
it's
yelling.
Hunter. Hunter's the kind of guy who just doesn't yell until you really piss him off because I don't want to spend $5 on this deal with $1,700 or 1,700 games. I don't think it's worth that. How do you not think that's worth it? That's when he gets mad.
No, what I said in that instance was, oh, maybe they'll sweeten the deal by taking some of the games out, and that's what Nate didn't like.
You can have too many games.
Was that what you said? I don't remember what you said,
You
but
did
you
say
talked down
that.
to me and it pissed me off.
Yeah.
You said something talking down to me very clearly, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, Hunter.
Yeah, so I was trying to convince you, and you were like, "Oh, that's way too little money for too many games," and I was like, "You know what?
That it was just I didn't want to deal with all the 1,700 games.
Yeah,
And
just
then I
scan,
gave
just
you a task.
casually scan through 1,700 games to find
Yeah.
one you want to download.
Casually scroll through 1,700 games, most of which probably aren't great.
Yeah,
Talking about the
Good.
bundle that was on Itch.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was
There are
the,
actually
yeah.
some like solid gems in there.
Oh, yeah.
dude.
I'm
This
sure,
was
but you
about
know, I
the
don't want to have to
racial-
go mining. Had
Yeah.
it just been the gems, that would have been better.
Yeah.
incorrect.
It's like
Uh,
trying
Actually,
to find them is
gems-
hard. They're
Look.
buried.
I
It
don't
came
want
with the
to scan
Spice
the
Girls
river.
RPG, so that's the only thing that matters.
Shattered
Are
was
you a-
in there.
Are you a scary spice?
Yes, I know it was,
What?
Hunter. I know it was.
Is Crystal a scary spice?
Of course, I'm Scary Spice.
I made you
Okay, I
find
didn't
like
know if it was
10
scary or posh.
games that I might be interested in.
Yeah.
What?
I think you ended up finding like 5.
Ah,
You know, you're drinking your whiskey right now, looking
I'm
pretty
drinking rum.
There's still
Oh,
other
it
tabletop
looks
RPGs
posh.
from that I want to try that you found out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Let These Mermaids Touch Your Dick Maybe game was in there.
No.
Was it not in
It
there?
wasn't.
Oh,
No,
bummer.
I didn't
Correct.
for that.
Had to get it
No,
from a
he would
separate one.
know. Okay? He would
no.
I would know.
But
Alright, I
lesbian
checked it
Mothman
out.
Hunters was
And
in
then
there.
suddenly
so.
they went from like 10 free community copies to like 600. So I'm like, I'm gonna grab one.
Yeah.
And then I read, "Let These Mermaids Touch Your Dick," maybe, and it was wild. It was a trip.
Yeah, you need a banana
Is
to
Celine
play.
gonna do the?
You
do
need
the
bananas. You need a dildo. The bigger and sparklier and more colorful, the better.
I got you covered, buddy.
You need glitter, which is not necessary, but it's one of those things. You need the sticky hand things where you fling them around. And
Oh
they stick to
yeah, you
things.
need the sticky hand
Because
things.
you gotta
I
throw it
forgot
and
about-
wrap it around.
I forgot about that.
That one mid hands are
We
like.
got off topic real quick, guys. We're supposed
No,
to be
this is-
standard, not
this
talking
is-
about.
Yeah.
This is still RPG content. We're still talking about
This is
tabletop
true.
RPGs.
Someday, guys, we're gonna like get our shit together, and when we go off topic, it will almost seem like we got off topic because we'll have pretty background.
Yes.
That's
That's
all
true.
that really matters.
It just means free advertising for some people's
It's-
games.
yeah.
Yeah. Things that
They
we
should
want
be
to
paying
support.
me money to say these things. Talking about letting those mermaids touch your dick, just
Speaking
maybe.
of which, today's episode is brought to mermaids touching your dick.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. Go buy it on itch.io right now.
They don't even know who the hell I am.
They're very concerned when they find out what we've been doing.
Exactly.
I'm sure
God, these
they'll
people are
appreciate
talking-
it.
I mean, it's a pretty obscure game, so it wouldn't surprise me.
right.
Yeah. So
I
we're
want Celine to do the recapping character.
all right. Yeah, let's have Celine
Oh,
do
God.
a recap of our mid-season finale last week, episode 10.
Feel free to interrupt me and remind me of anything. So, Celine. So we're on our way back from our suicide fucking mission. I'm all charred up. Heart's gone fucking crazy. He's got demons in the blood. I swear to God. We gotta set him on fire again. We get back, and then there's the bulldog who's barking at us, and I threw a dead spider at him. He handled that surprisingly well. I was really disappointed, and I collected my dead spider baby. That's important research material. And so we got back, and I did the sneaky thing that I do that no one knows about. Shut your faces. I hid some of my new toys inside I hid them inside the barracks. Inside, yeah, under a floorboard because I moved it later. But anyways, we'll get to that later. We got back and talked to the captain. He said some lumberjack bitch wanted to see us. Some woodsman. I don't fucking know. It doesn't make any sense. Everybody was so scared of lumberjacks. It's weird. So turns out it's not actually a lumberjack. Woodsman is some kind of psychopathic inquisitor that's out to kill me. So we go and talk to her, and I'm just kind of sitting there chilling quietly, and she's being all weird with her metaphors and analogies and be like, oh, give me the tracks in the forest. What are the tracks in the forest? What the fuck is this bitch on? We're in a fort, not a forest. But she did do a cool trick with her eyes, and she has witch sight. She can kick on and off, and it's bullshit. I want it, but she wants me to join if I do that, but they gotta test me first. And this is, I just want the power. Fuck them. We told her about what we encountered with the doctor, and she liked our clues, and she's like, I'm gonna keep my eyes on you, me, I'm a psycho inquisitor lumberjack. Let's see, after that,
Psycho
kind of-
Inquisitor. Okay.
after that, she dismissed us for some bullshit reason. Bitch
So I
is settled
think-
in, she's gotta be here a while.
You saw the captain first.
No, this was afterwards.
We talked
So-
to the captain. He came back with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
he's like,
yeah,
you
yeah,
should
yeah.
go see her. And so then afterwards, Lillian went to go do her things and took her the cheese and the mushrooms to the chef guy who's like, oh my god, this is fire, but he didn't say that. I was like, this is good, you did good. And these cats are mine, and Lillian was like, no, these cats are mine. And the chef's like, I'll share the cats with you because they're my cats. And so they share the cats now.
But
Lillian's
really,
probably
they're
not very
not.
happy about it. Nabeen was pretty excited about the cats too. Turns out she's an animal person, not a fucking humanoid person. Hates the rest of us with a passion. I don't blame her. I hate the people I travel with too. Have you met Hart? Jesus Christ, dude's got off his rocker. Telling you, demons in the blood.
I love how Hart being happy is just such a like distressing turn of events.
It
To do
is.
coke about it.
He was a dick. He was racist, and suddenly he's all nice and like, oh, Celine, I appreciate you. What the fuck?
He
He
was
always
like
told me to leave him alone and shit. It didn't
Yeah.
make sense.
he was literally like 1/6. Like he was 5/6 of the way dead.
I was 4/6 of the way dead.
I
and
know. I'm just
exhausted
saying.
And lost my goddamn mind. Don't give me that bullshit. I
Celine
tore the
might-
shit out of that spider.
Celine might not be as emotionally mutable as some other people.
I don't know about you guys, but I just let it rip. Like a Beyblade. What the fuck is that in this world? We need Beyblades.
That would
I'm
be
gonna make
cool.
magical Beyblades.
Do a spell that'll make me do that.
Just
With my-
spinning in a
my
circle.
axes.
Yeah.
Send Lillian into the fucking enemies.
I'll be like a barbarian from Diablo 2.
Jesus Christ. So I'm trying to think. Lillian saw her churchy people because apparently she's starting up her own little church because
Yep.
she's a fucking nut job.
She's a priest.
She's a nut job. Get it right.
I can literally
Well.
cast magic with my god power.
Yeah, exactly. It's the nut job power.
Oh, hey, Katie. Come here.
Look, if you want me to do this in Celine, this yeah.
you stuck?
So I did the best part because I got to go see the captain. And so he was actually there and let me in. And of course, I laid it down to him and he's like, what do you want? And I'm like, I'm just here for some pillow talk. And then he said, I am the most intriguing, aberrant little cretin he's ever met.
That is true.
Right? It was something like that? Yeah,
Yep.
it was something like
Yes, it was absolutely that. I wrote it down.
that. She wrote it down. I got it. I took it as a compliment because we're getting there. Progress with the captain.
Yeah.
Baby steps.
Intriguing is a compliment.
Yeah.
Intriguing. Exactly.
I think that's a net negative with the rest.
I've been called worse, Fucking Trish calls me a goddamn goblin. I'm gonna cut her fingers off one of these days.
That would be very goblin-like of you.
Understandable.
Only if you
Fuck
hate them.
you. It would be goblin-like if I wore them as a necklace. That would be goblin-like.
That's art.
Goblin art. There's a cat there. I'm gonna eat it. No, I won't do that. But anyways, so I started showing the captain all the fun toys I got. Oh my god. The toys are the best part. I showed him the Boogan baby that everybody called my success from ripping that bitch out of the mushroom. I showed the black mass and explained that he was really into that and taking lots of notes. I'm pretty sure I earned a ton of brownie points. We're making baby steps towards the captain's bed. We're gonna get there. Just you wait. Then there was the spiders, which turns out the captain fucking hates spiders. Like, holy shit, he freaked out. I showed him the rat. The rat's cool. The rat's one of my favorite things, along with the black mass. P.S. I hid the black mass. That was one of the things. And the mushroom. That thing that looks like it got hit by a brick. I love it. It's so ugly. I hear her meow in the background in Discord a lot, and I meow back, even though she can't hear me. Anyways, back to on topic. So told him about all that stuff, all the goods. He was very appreciative of it. It was informative. He did not like the spiders. I would like to reiterate that he does not like spiders.
It's true.
Then he told me I showed him the witch stone, and he was all freaked out and had to tell the Inquisitor, which is whatever. It's fine. I said, throw me under the bus if you need to. I'll do anything for you, Captain. I didn't say that, but oh, Captain,
Yeah,
my
I'm pretty
captain.
sure you literally said, "Oh, Captain, my captain" at some point.
I probably did. That sounds like something I would say. And so I went to Phineas with all my fun toys, and we gotta do research on it together. So he was disturbed yet intrigued about it all and seemed pretty looking forward to it. I let him touch the witch stone. I'm pretty sure he damn near lost his goddamn mind.
There was something
'cause
going on.
Yeah, he like collapsed or something. He zoned out.
Yeah, he like zoned out and then like threw it away accidentally.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So, but I'm all excited for that. Phineas, he helped me work on a spell that I learned. I now have the spell Hasten Speed, which I still want to make an alteration to that at some point, but we'll worry about that later. And then after that, I tried to go and find a pet rat unsuccessfully because the goddamn cats are eating all the rats.
That's
it's
true.
a problem.
They're good
Fuck
girls.
them cats.
They're doing their job.
Or in some people's preferences, fuck them pussies, because, it's more sexual. But, that's, yeah, to each their own.
Wow.
I like how you said that as Hunter was like waggling his eyebrows at his cat.
Hey, kitty. Hunter, this is not a stream for bestiality. Keep that
He's just having
in the
tummy time
in the
right
crawl
now.
space.
He's just
In
having
the
tummy
crawl
time.
space, okay? In the
That's
crawl
not tummy
space.
time is.
Speaking of
Yeah,
crawl,
it's
crawl
tummy
space.
time. It's time on my
Yeah.
tummy. That's what he likes.
Yeah.
Did
I
I
did.
miss
It's like
anything
it's like
else? Is there anything else I
were-
can think of?
Go ahead.
We were kind of conscripted by the woodsman.
Oh yeah, she's like, hey, you guys, because of these tracks, you gotta go out and learn more about the doctors. There's this psycho orcs knight who rides some kind of pseudo horse, and Lord requested we come deal with it. Cause we were gonna do that earlier, but the dumb bitch pulled us back. Don't ever tell her I said this. She'll probably rip my tits off, and I ain't got much there.
It's true.
And so
You're
we
a
gotta
Viking.
go find the orcs knight, and hopefully he's all honorable and cool, and maybe I'll get to touch his dick like the mermaids.
It's possible. So there was
Hopefully.
she did reveal to you guys in that second meeting that she knows or highly suspects she knows who the doctor is.
Oh yeah, she just didn't share that, and she shared some information about like where he did his stuff or some shit.
Wants to go up near a port straight north of us.
Yeah, so she told you
Shishiba.
Yeah, so Yinzo Sachiba was a pre-cataclysm famous scientist doctor guy in Voshek Tadberg who had a big some kind of lab or something like
Big
that
dong.
up where are you going up in the northern port town far to the north of you guys but still in the Lost Provinces. And so she figured that that is the most likely candidate for who these orcs are referring to as the Doctor.
We're supposed to go to the Sylvain residence.
Yeah, and so she, now that she sort of has put some of these clues together, she has deputized unofficially, officially, you guys
Don't tell her I said that.
to go investigate this other orc sighting, that has all the same sort of characteristics as the other ones. He's mutated. He's got pieces of crystal embedded into him, killing people.
Well, certainly does not.
Raving, not you, other crystal, witchstone, and raving about a doctor and the shadows and things like that.
Yeah.
I also got my axes made with my quality steel.
Yes, you did. You started the process. We didn't actually conclude that at the end of the last session.
Oh, okay.
I got new armor.
There were also, again, a few other things that maybe I wasn't super clear at the end of the session.
Wow.
So they did take the rat and put it in a cage.
That little thing's a psycho.
They took
A cunning psycho.
they took the small portion of the black mass. Well, Phineas did. He has it in his lab. And then also he has the witch stone now. And so he and Agent Bruce are sort of in custody of those things. Obviously they didn't take the stuff that Celine hid under the barracks. And so Celine got some new armor, and Lillian will get some axes, and Nabeen got at least one fan that was trying to convince her to train some of the men in fighting because of her prowess.
Fucking good at it.
Yeah, her known prowess as one of Mantir's mantises, an all halfling group of pony riding. I just forgot what your class was called. It's just not coming to me at all.
Dragoon.
Dragoons.
I always
Yeah.
want to say cavalier.
That's what I wanted to say this time.
Yeah. So all halfling regiment of dragoons, infamous on the battlefield for their prowess and tactics. And so this soldier, instinctively identified that Nabeen was formerly a mantis and wanted to explore that a little bit further. So we are at Fort Bodeswell. It's been a few days, 2 days since you got back. You had your second meeting where Agent Bruce was like, okay, you got to go check out the Orcs Night. Did we miss anything else? Captain Dupree is just ecstatic that the airship is almost done. You guys saw her strutting around, basically fully healed from her injuries from the crash. And so we can pass a few days at the fort to allow for Lillian to get her axes and for Celine's armor to finish.
Celine's got other stuff she wants to do.
And I'm trying to remember, Hart kind of has a thing with matcha going. They spar all the time, maybe a little more than other people do. And Trish, our other absentee character, has been noticeably
Missing.
Yeah, missing's not the right word because she's obviously.
She goes up and disappears.
Yeah, she disappears.
That's what I mean, missing.
And does a lot of stuff without you guys.
She goes missing a lot.
Yeah, And so
Doesn't like us.
that is another
She's a racist bitch.
development. She definitely was and has been for a long time.
Is
there's
the
always
anti-racism bucket. You gotta hit him more with
yeah,
it.
there's always room for improvement. We do have our lovely anti-racism
That's what my downtime activity is gonna be.
bucket right
just
here.
bucketing her every day.
Just like tossing the bucket every time you see her. She's like, God
Yep.
damn it, Lillian, stop.
See her sneaking around trying to catch some secrets, and I'm like, not on my watch.
Yep, you're catching this bucket.
Was my recap Celine enough, or do I need to try harder next time?
Oh, that was.
That was good.
Oh yeah.
That was
Thank
a good perspective.
Thank
recap.
you. I'm here all night with
Um,
gnome titties.
yeah. So the three of you, are there any specific in the sort of next few days that will elapse before you are requested / ordered to venture back out?
I had a thought for myself that she's not going to tell anybody. I wonder what would happen if I stabbed the rat with the witch stone.
Oh yeah. All right. So do you want like any of
I
these
don't-
things you
I
can
wonder.
bring
don't-
up to Phineas because he's sort of
Pushing it, and with the black mass in there,
yeah. So it's sort of your thing and his thing. He's obviously like officially in charge of it.
I feel like with the witch stone, we gotta tell Bruce if we're gonna do something, because
That is definitely a consideration that you probably would need to make.
I would talk to Phineas about it, because like some of these dudes did have witch stone stabbed in them.
Yeah. So I mean, it is up to you how you want to approach that.
She will ask. She will start by something like, "Hey, do you know anything about like stabbing witch stone in things? Because some of these people have witch stone in them."
And so I assume you guys are like in the process of researching some of the shit or whatever, and
Yeah.
you bring it up.
Poking the rat,
And
teasing
he
him with cheese, probably pissing him off.
yeah, so he will basically reiterate a little bit of what he said the last time when he touched it. Basically, the idea that Witchstone is like condensed magic or like condensed chaos, and so it does react to touching living things and sort of either resonates with or amplifies emotional and impulsive feelings and stuff like that. And so being, in contact or, having that embedded in you could definitely instigate a lot of changes. Being like condensed chaos, it is sort of mutagenic and that kind of stuff. And so he'll be like, yeah, well, it's these orcs that you've come across that have been so different than what is expected of orcs. It's not surprising that they have had witchstone embedded in them in some way.
Mm-hmm. What about something like, what do you think would happen if we stabbed something with it, like a rat that's infected with black mass, and she looks at the rat with a very curious look on her face.
And it like looks back at you as if it's listening.
I'm
And
gonna wink at it and give it a smile.
it doesn't react like outwardly to that.
Mm-hmm.
But Phineas will look. My mouth is full of cat hair for some reason.
Eat your cat.
We were cuddling.
Stop eating pussy,
We
Hunter.
were cuddling.
Apparently not.
And he'll look at you looking at the rat, and there's like a little bit of hesitation. But he's like, that's not a terrible line of thinking if these orcs are obviously created by this black mass or respond to it in some way, right?
It'd definitely be something to prep for, because we don't know what's going to happen. But if we
Yeah.
could see if it does cause mutation, we could see it And we
He
could
also
try it with
believes-
like normal rats compared to the black mass rat too, and see if there's any difference if it reacts more with the black mass or something.
And he's like, yeah, so like, if there were ever any time or place to test something as untestable as this would be, our only opportunity. 'Cause like, how often are you going to have, orcs or anything infected with this black mass where you could, observe the effects of being in direct contact with Witchstone or something like that. So he will basically agree, but also he'll bring up that you should run it by, the two of you should run it by Bruce before.
No, she's definitely down for that, and like precautions, plenty of precautions.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So, if the two of you want to run it by the woodsman agent,
definitely do not want to try and sneak it past
Okay.
her. Celine values her life very much. She's got a lot of hedonistic things she still wants to do.
yeah.
He hasn't even lay with the captain.
Yeah.
Lay.
Known him biblically, as they say these days.
I haven't heard that one.
Bible of the God Emperor.
Yeah.
Can't wait
So
until
the
she's
people of the
successful
Prince
and then
of
we meet
Pleasure.
his wife.
yeah.
I might fuck his wife. Fuck the crazy out of her.
Um,
That was a wild sentence.
that was
Don't strap on.
that's a bad idea. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this.
I've got to say, Witchstone Strap-On does sound very much like something in line with the class he's looking at.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Shit.
it's like a spell
Anyways.
reagent.
Yeah.
Jesus
Um,
It's not consumed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
So when the two of you go to talk to Agent Bruce,
fucked up.
she is surprisingly receptive to the idea. She basically
Yes.
she like, you can see her processing all of the information as you guys present it, like, oh, we could like observe what happens and have a controlled, environment and everything. And you can tell that Phineas is like super nervous around her. And
He's too excited right now to be nervous.
yeah,
'Cause
so
she
you,
just approved it, so Celine's like, oh
Yeah,
my
so-
God, really?
so you're like rattling off all of these like possible outcomes and benefits and everything. And she looks at you and says, "All right, do it.
It's like, got him.
Keep me posted. Don't let it
Yeah.
escape and kill everybody here. But go ahead
Maybe
and
get some guards posted outside.
and she'll
Just
say,
in case.
I leave it in your capable hands, Celine and Phineas, to
My capable gnome hands are capable.
to figure out how to administer this."
Okay.
Lillian, did you have any non-axe business?
So I just want to mostly do the stuff that I've set up. Give some speeches about the nature of teamwork and how we're our pack and we got to watch out for each other
Okay.
and make sure that we all survive like the coming winters.
Yeah, so
Um,
roll me do leadership as just a sort of culmination of these various meetings.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Okay. Yeah, so your congregation grows noticeably day on day. So like as you are sort of like meeting with these people in like the courtyard of the fort or whatever, it starts out as, that same group of like 8 people that initially were there talking to you. But every time you go to do another one, there's like 1 or 2 extra people that they've brought. And they're definitely resonating with this idea of like mutual protection, like pack care sort of thing. Just because this whole situation of being, stationed on the sort of precipice of disaster, is just really
preparing for a war that we don't know if we're ever gonna fight.
yeah, or even
Or-
understand
or-
like
or-
the enemy or
Yeah,
yep.
and every day feels like the day before a battle.
Yeah, and so it's definitely wearing down on the regular soldiers just being here,
Ooh.
especially the ones who are like highly superstitious and having the bad dreams that they mentioned previously and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I want to do what I can to try and allay the superstition, just to kind of appease the captain. Like, obviously it's not purely secular, but focusing on action rather than like prayer or mysticism.
Sure. And like community versus worship
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
totally.
I also mechanically, just to make it make sense, I want to spend part of the week training with martial weapons a bit more, like
Okay.
practicing some
Yeah.
of the like other
Oh, God.
axes that they have that are for sparring and stuff.
Yeah, and matcha is definitely receptive. And heart helps you as well. And I'm sure Nabeen, if you asked or if you saw her in the yard at some point,
She refuses.
she would say
Alright, now,
fuck you.
and I want to fight.
Yeah.
Please don't shoot me.
Piss off.
Yeah. She just draws her pistol and brains you.
Just fucking shoot you in the butt. Piss off. Limp off somewhere else.
Yeah.
That was my good foot.
Oh, that would be tragic.
Yep. You shot my
Tie
good
you to the
leg.
back of the horse to drag you.
Yep.
Oh.
Nabeen,
Yes.
are there any fort activities you specifically are interested in engaging in?
I will definitely work with the soldiers who wanted to benefit
Yeah,
from
to train
my
with you.
knowledge. Yeah, I
Yeah.
will train with them. But I also want to try and continue to kind of get an in with the stable master,
Okay.
so I can like make sure that my pony is very well taken care of. And I'll also work with her just
Yeah.
to, you know,
And
make sure she
actually-
is battle ready.
She was one. Okay, I do have her name. She was one that I had not previously named because nobody else had a horse or anything like that. But I did name her last time, and I do have it here.
Oh shit! I can
Um,
get the name down.
Yeah, so the
Holy
stable
crap, why do I have so many
master,
things open. Oh, that's why.
the stable master's name is Emmy Stangl, Stangl.
Cool.
And she is a auburn hair, normal height, human female. Soldiers build. Obviously, she's been with the Fort Regiment for a long time. And yeah, she was one of the ones again who early on recognized your prowess in martial ways and sort of spread among the other sergeants that maybe you came from some, notable background, and eventually landed you that job of riding out to return the other sash bearers.
Right.
And so she already likes you. She recognizes that, were it not for your position as a, conscripted criminal, that you would be equals or even probably her superior in terms of standing and renown and stuff like that.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
It would be her superior.
Yeah, so she is more than amicable to caring for Laughing Midnight and giving her good feed and brushing and allowing you free, visitation. Like, visitation's the wrong word, but like you don't have to like ask to go to the stables
wanna
and
see
see.
my
Would you
son.
say free reign?
I hate
There's
it.
a door behind you. Just go through it.
I hate that. But yeah, so free reign of the stables.
All right, that's all, folks.
And yeah, so if you had any like specific requests of her, or if you just want to like get to know her, or just make sure that Laughing Midnight is cared for.
Yeah, I want to get to know her. I have, like, Nab hasn't really decided if she's wanting to make friends or if this is purely a
Temporary, you know.
yeah, sort of a. Why do words not work for me as soon as we
That's
start
alright.
playing games?
That's fair.
But yeah, a temporary um boon of sorts.
Yeah.
Something to use to her advantage.
Yeah, versus
Yeah,
a real relationship.
exactly.
Yeah, so she is more than happy to have somebody to talk to. She mostly deals with the Outriders, who are the actual soldiers, most of whom are dragoons like yourself, who take the fort's horses and go on these big scouting missions into Voshek Tadberg. And so they are really the only other fort occupants who travel back and forth regularly from Voshek Tadberg. But obviously the Outriders missions are much more in the scouting versus actually like solving problems like you guys do. And so she doesn't really get to talk to a lot of people a lot, because either it's an Outrider coming in that she talks to briefly, or somebody grabbing a horse to go out. And so her post, besides the stable hands who are all regular soldiers, is a fairly lonely one. And so she is almost kind of like overly eager to have somebody to talk to. You definitely get the sense that she's like trying not to be overbearing when you ask her questions. But she'll ask you like about what like Voshek Tadberg is like out in the Cursed Land, and if there's anything you need her to do at the stables for Laughing Midnight, or if there's any specialty tack that she could try and rustle up for you, something like that.
I don't know that there is any special tack that Midnight needs, but if you were able to smuggle some extra provisions into her saddlebags, I'm sure
Ooh, yeah.
that wouldn't certainly wouldn't hinder
Roll me a
my.
charm or some other related. I could.
Oh, this gonna be real bad.
Fellowship.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it could maybe be like animal handling if you wanted to like make an angle of like, I just want to make sure that Laughing Midnight is like well taken care of.
Convince her that Laughing Midnight
under
has
her
a
chin.
diet condition.
Yeah, like my
Yeah.
horse is actually vegan now, and she'd be like, I mean, everything that horses eat is vegan, so that's okay.
I just saw your horse eat a baby chick the other day.
Yeah.
In the right conditions, a deer will eat meat.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
she takes it into consideration. You could, if you wanted to, spend a fortune point to re-roll that. It's up to you. I don't plan on killing you right now.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
who
good.
says that?
Exactly.
There's totally under assault.
Yeah. So she is receptive to the idea, but shoots it down, not like oh, I would never do that. More like, I don't know if Dorn would, like if I tried to take extra things and he found out, he would like cut my left hand off with a meat cleaver or something like that.
Damn. That guy gets it.
And so she
Like
is
Thorn now?
she
Yes,
is
who the hell was Dorn?
hesitant.
Ratatouille man.
Willing
yeah, that guy's a
willing but
dude.
hesitant.
I
And so she
understand
it
that.
won't be able to happen in the near future.
Yeah. I was like, well, perhaps after we return from this next mission.
And she
If
says,
we return from this next mission.
and she says,
time,
"Oh, I'm
Sash,
sure,
next time."
you and Laughing Midnight and the other Sash Bears, you'll make it back. They've been out there a few times. You rode out there and found them. I think some of the stories may be a little exaggerated about what's going on over there, but I think you'll be fine. You'll come back for sure."
Exaggerated.
I'm not
Totally.
worried about my prowess or how well Laughing Midnight will perform. Have you seen the people that they've paired me up with?
That's offensive. It's not accurate.
And she leans in close and she's like, "Have you seen that elf? Like, she's like making a church or something? Like, I don't
Of
know."
all things,
No, I
there's a
don't.
perfectly good punching bag.
And she's like, if Captain McKayus like catches wind of that, he's not gonna be happy. Like, we've had problems in the past where people have maybe gotten a little zealous on campaign, and he is not about that.
Nat's gonna definitely keep that tucked away in her noggin. And yeah, out of all of them, though, I think she's the one that's been the most useful.
Stable.
Yeah.
Stable, maybe useful.
Yeah.
I take offense to
Yeah,
that.
I mean-
From
From what
who is stable, you'd think it would be.
She is the
From
stable
what I have
master.
seen, she has been the most useful.
And she nods her head and she's like, "Of course I haven't been out there with you guys."
Can't see me in action.
And she's like,
You
"But
should
that..."
come along sometime. It's a grand.
She's like,
want to get scarred
"Oh,
permanently forever? Come on.
you joke, you jest so well, Dabeed."
Traumatized, maybe lose a
do.
limb.
And she kind of leans against one of the posts of the stable, and she's like, if you can, give me the name of that dwarf. I've seen him and Matcha in the fields, and when he's got his shirt off and they're going at it with those swords.
God. She's gotta get demons in her blood. She's gotta get infected.
Gonna contract the blood
So,
demons.
yeah, his name is Hart.
Heart. Ooh.
And yeah,
I'm
he
sure he is.
doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed, but that could be to your benefit.
She's
He's
like,
the biggest.
yeah. So she,
I like them dumb.
she will again, unfortunately, have to deny your request for extra rations in Laughing Midnight saddlebags. But again, she's very pleased that you came by to talk to her.
I'll be sure to stop by more often.
She's like, "I'm looking forward to it."
Here I was ready to ship it. She's like, "How about Heart?"
I mean, he's tough and burly,
This is
dwarfish,
true.
strong,
Some
silent
people are
type.
into that.
What's your type? Dwarfish?
Dwarfish, I think.
It's kind of creepy though, right? It's like when someone says, "Oh, my type is Asian."
Yeah. So I mean,
Like, well, that's an entire group of people.
Yeah.
That's.
Right?
yeah. So she's more like his physicality.
Physique.
Yeah.
He's musculature.
Yeah, musculature of years of swinging the sword for money.
Hey, man. Some
Yeah.
people got fucked up things they're into. They're just like, I like Asians. It's like, okay. There are two kinds of people in this world: nerds and bullies, and hot Asian chicks.
Jesus.
That's 3 though.
That's the point. It's from Family Guy. It's Peter.
Oh god.
Are we bringing up Family Guy now? Is that what we're doing on our show right now?
Dude, I reference anything and everything.
I don't think I've watched Family Guy in like 15 years.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's
it's
why
probably
you're
been
so
like
good
10
at reading.
for me.
That's why you're so good at reading.
It's probably been less than that, because I think I checked out the episode where they lost Brian and brought in the new dog to see what it was like because everybody hated the new dog. But
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, you
yep,
got hit by
they
a
Neither.
killed
car.
off Brian, and people were upset, and they replaced him with some dog that everybody hated. And so, like 2 weeks after this happened, they're like, "We should probably bring Brian back," and they did. I believe Stewie went back in time and saved Brian or some bullshit. Spoiler alert, by the way. It's
Oh
only
my
been
gosh, you've ruined
10
it.
years.
We are not spoiler alerting Family
You've
Guy.
ruined it.
I'm drawing
I
the
was
lines in the fucking
so
sand here.
I was so invested in the Family Guy
Yes.
character storylines. I'm
Yep.
just
And now
it's ruined.
Yeah, their
this
arms
is worse
are
than
all
when my
red.
friend ruined fucking Dexter for me in season 3.
Yeah.
Guys, I have really sad news, real quick.
What's what?
The good rum is gone.
Oh, the good rum is gone.
Oh,
Do you
no.
still have bad
Oh,
rum?
why is the rum
I
gone?
do.
Okay, so
well,
I mean,
it's not bad rum. It's just white rum, and that's more for making
Yeah, so
cocktails.
it's like
and...
a little oppressive
I was
colonizer
gonna
Ah,
rum.
ah,
make
I
a
see
joke
what you
like
did
that, but I
there.
couldn't think of anything good.
That was quite good.
Yeah, got you. All right, can we hit the road?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
So the only thing else that Celine wants to do is she needs to find something to hide her toys in that which site can't see through. So
Oh yeah. Roll
she
me.
will research fervently.
Yeah, roll me incantation.
Just meander
Okay.
around the fort looking at things until you like with a flashlight, like
That's sort
putting
of-
magic
yeah.
stuff behind things.
That's sort of what I'm picturing her doing. Is like, just like every so often, like trying to like look at things. So this is flat
Jesus.
incantation.
Okay, no bonus.
No.
You're killing me, Smalls. I'm gonna fail miserably. Oh God, first roll of the night. Come
I'll help you if you want.
on, pretend to roll the dice, blow on him a bit.
Do you want help or is this a secret?
She's keeping this a secret.
Yeah,
So
I figured she was.
I didn't know if you were just looking for a material. 'Cause
God.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Fortune
Oh,
point.
man.
Oh, what have I done?
oh my god.
Damn
Oh,
it.
Yeah, so you search tirelessly. It's really kind of hard though, because you're trying to look for opportunities where you're like not gonna be bothered when you catch which site to like look around.
Yeah.
And so you basically you eliminate a lot of possibilities. You're like, okay, the floor obviously doesn't do it. Okay, a regular wooden chest obviously doesn't do it. My jars aren't magic proof.
No.
Even like there's definitely some like nullification with like the thick stone walls of the fort and stuff like that. But that's not necessarily super feasible as a hiding spot. You can't just like chisel a hole in the wall or whatever.
Yeah.
So you make progress in the fact that you don't find anything. But you definitely haven't landed on that like, this is the stuff that I need.
Yeah. Okay. Then for this next mission, she's gonna bring it with her.
Okay, so you just load all your shit in your
Yeah.
your pack.
And she's gonna try and get more jars from Phineas because I think I don't have as many left.
So the rat jar is empty now. So the big jar you have.
Okay. Well, that's like 2 large jars back then.
And any of like the spider bodies that you were storing in jars, or like the goo from the big spider orcs, all of those
Yeah.
jars would be emptied because Phineas would
I think
have
that-
that stored in his grotto.
I don't remember what about all that black goopy stuff. That was in a separate jar. Oh God, technically that jar, because I would have used that for mine or something. Yeah, I think I've got like 5 jars. I wasn't keeping the best track of it because we were kind of winging it at first, and then you're like, okay, we better start actually keeping track of these. So
Look at my doggy sleeping. He's so cute.
Aw.
He's sleeping on the air
I'm gonna eat him.
Okay, so you do jar inventory.
mhm.
And it's time for the Sash Bears to hit the road.
And
Um,
goddamn
We'll say
Let's go.
huntsmen showing up and ruining everything.
so everybody should be fully healed, fully unimperiled. Hart has new armor. It's not like anything special, but it's not burnt to a crisp. He only has a few scattered bandages where, you know, some of the skin is still hurt, but he's in full fighting strength. Trish is just her regular self, kind of shady. She's got more javelins and her crossbow bolts and everything. Celine gets her new armor that she scavenged. Isn't that? Where did you get that?
Basically, it was
Yeah.
from the orcs.
Yeah, from the big orcs.
Had it refitted.
So Lillian has her new axes that she's been training with. Nabeen picks up Laughing Midnight from Emmy,
Replacing
and
all the things that got burned.
yeah. So all of your packs are refreshed. You get you know, smelling salts, bandages, tincture, all that stuff. Any of that was expended during the last mission.
How
gets
many
refreshed.
rations?
Yeah. So you guys are taking the northeast mission now. If we look back at our wonderfully drawn map over here. So you guys will be going from Fort Bodeswell down here all the way to the northeast. And so Dorn will determine that it's about a full day trip there and back, and so he will give you 3 rations each.
3 rations each. Okay, and we would have had to have given back our old rations, I assume. So.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. So this again will not be a like a wilderness travel sequence because it's not like an extended trip. But you will be traversing some, I guess depending on the route you take, you'll be traversing some land that you haven't traveled on before. Okay. You can always go Metzger and then northeast. That will extend the trip a little bit. I
don't think we need to, but that's Celine.
Yeah. I don't think we need to either.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, and so Hart is, I'm Hart, and Trish doesn't say anything. Wow,
you're so good. You play it just like them.
Yeah, I've got it down.
Trish sits there.
Yeah.
Menacing silently.
Yeah, silently staring.
Menacingly.
Yeah, menacingly.
And so
I'm trying to think of another word, but
the gang will set out from Fort Bodeswell, striking a trail to the northeast towards the Savang residence.
Yeah,
the estate. You did write it on there. It's really hard for me to read being colorblind. For some reason, it like really blends in weirdly for my eyes.
Mean Girls are on a mission.
Yeah, so Hart and the Mean Girls are officially leaving Fort Bodeswell.
Whenever we do make camps, I do want to try and find a rat.
Sure. Trying to think if there's anything that I would have forgotten.
Besides our deaths? Imminent downfall?
As you're getting ready to go, Captain McKayus is at the gate, and he reminds you to set your dove flag whenever you make camp.
But note of that, I forgot to look at it.
Yeah, Lillian has the dove on her pack in its little cage with a covering cloth. And you have your little patterned flag to set out so that they can send doves after you. Otherwise, yeah, that's probably it. The Sash Bearers set out early morning. It's been probably like 6 days since you came back. A little bit more than a month since the original group arrived. Almost exactly a week. Actually, no, like 2 weeks since Nabeen arrived. hitting the old dusty trail.
A scrawny fucking halfling who looks malnourished.
I mean, that's most halflings, but
Oh, most halflings
Malnourished.
are rolling on portly, I think.
I
Nah.
mean,
I guess
she
there
has
is
like
the
trait though.
yeah, she does have she is very
I am
small.
pint-sized.
Pint-sized, yeah, that's the
Yeah,
that's
the
what it
trait. So yeah, so when Nabeen is sitting on Laughing Midnight's back, she comes to Lillian, like her head comes to like Lillian's shoulder, or maybe like not quite as tall as Lillian.
Yeah,
That's so
it's pretty
little.
accurate.
So she's
How heavy are
Our
you?
little pony.
she's like 50
like
pounds.
50 pounds,
Oh
yeah.
my goodness!
53, I think it is.
Yeah.
I could throw
I'm
you.
66 pounds.
Yeah,
You'll have to toss me.
yeah.
It's
I think she's actually barely
53
shorter than
pounds
me
of-
too.
solid steel.
Yeah. Killing power.
Yeah, sure.
That's right.
All right. So
Feisty.
this direction, or this path, is similar to the landscape that you saw at the farmsteads where the spider orcs was. It's sort of that
Mhm.
rolling farmland. And who is navigating?
That would probably be me. I
Definitely.
assume we're going during the day.
Yeah, so you would set out early morning.
Yeah.
I mean,
Always fuck me over.
unless Celine convinces the others that they shouldn't, that they should set out at night.
I
or-
mean, Celine will say it's like, if they're stars, I can navigate better.
Not knowing how to read a compass.
Cool with whatever.
Fuck uses the compass.
yeah, so you
You
guys
have a compass?
you guys don't have a compass. You were not
No.
given
We
a
were never
compass.
given
Fair. Okay, fair enough.
Too valuable or some bullshit. They just don't like us enough. They probably want us to get lost. I don't know.
Although, if you are suggesting that we go at night, like, Nav will agree with you, like, pretty readily.
Okay. What about
The
Lillian?
the others will not protest, and so it would be sort of up to Lillian how she feels
Fine with
about.
it.
Lillian's fine.
All
Cool.
right. So yeah, you guys
All right.
can set out at, in the
I don't
evening.
even need it.
Yeah. So
I needed this earlier.
you, I guess, like, kind of adjust your sleep schedule, or like maybe stay up really late as you travel through the night. And even by torchlight, with the map that you've been given and the stars that Celine is following, you're able to make the trip in the actual day that was estimated. And so you travel through the rolling rural farmland, lots of copses of trees and stuff that have been purposefully planted for the harvesting of wood and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So let's see. I am currently drawing the map.
Yeah. You
It's
see, if you
road
follow
then.
the way if you follow the way the star formation in the sky, you can easily figure out where you're going. That up there is Doug Dig. He would blow up his enemies with there, and they'd pop like balloons.
That
This is like Celine's
great wizard?
custom cosmology
Yep.
that she just made up for herself.
Yep.
That must have been incredibly satisfying for me.
Yeah, except for the part you'd stick his lips to their buttholes and blow them up like that. It's real weird. I don't get it.
I'm surprised that Celine thinks that's weird. Yeah, so
yeah, guys act like she makes sense.
so you eventually will come across a road and it is. Let's see, where are you guys? You're over here. It is one of these sort of like tributary roads off of
Did you mean to move us?
No, I was on a
okay.
different one. I was coming
Okay.
back to where you guys were. So you come across one of those like tributary roads that would lead to Metzger if you were going southwest. But it is kind of like that going to the northeast. And there is again signage, and this road like curves way far away, so that you wouldn't see that one. But there is signage again of like, you know, Metzger this way, Adam's abode far to the west, and then, you know, one pointing the direction you're going for the Savang estate. And you get there. Well, before you get there, you crest a hill, and looking down into like it's a river valley, and it's like where the land that you had traveled from was sort of like pasture land and maybe the scattered fields and stuff like this. As you crest this hill to look down into this river valley, it's like clearly fertile, abundant, just like orchards and vineyards, and there's like an olive field off to one side, and it's just this like hugely clearly very good farmland in this like narrow where the two hills meet at the river. And sort of nestled right in the middle of the valley, you see this giant estate. And you guys are on this page, right? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah, so you see this giant sprawling estate that is, you know, like in the back here. If you guys are like at the sort of southwest corner of the map, looking down on this building in the back here is clearly like the mansion, like state house, and then there's these big wings that come off, and they meet in this giant like gallery that has windows and doors and is like trimmed and beautiful roofing and everything. And there are these two offshoot sort of semi wings that look like greenhouses, and so it's just this like beautiful stately manor, super nice architecture, clearly extremely expensive, surrounded by amazing farmland and abundance. And
Now, this is the house to burn down.
in this courtyard, you see tents and lean-tos and just every manner of like temporary shelter, and then again around the front here, and even kind of like surrounding this one side of the building, there's like tents and carriages and carts and any manner of like anything that a person would take with them and then use to live in sort of temporarily, or if they needed to. And so, hey, thank you for drawing tents.
Yay.
It is this like weird juxtaposition of just massive wealth and abundance and the most sort of desperate, abject, poverty's not the right word, but like desperate desperation is a stupid phrase. I dropped my clipboard. But yeah,
Nerd.
so it's this giant estate that is probably willingly being used as a refugee sort of encampment for all these people that have fled from somewhere to here. to stay.
We had like no intel or anything about that specifically, right?
So
No,
you,
they told us that.
yeah,
that
so
he had been
you
accepting.
did know
Okay.
that the head of the household, the owner of the estate, requested help because
That's right. Yeah.
all of these refugees had been living and are still living in and around his estate, and they are being harried by this orc's knight.
Right.
And
Okay.
so people who are like on their way to come to the estate are being attacked and pillaged. He did mention specifically in the most recent letter that he sent the fort that many of his kids had tried to confront the knight and were slain. And so these would be, you know, like noble adult children who would have taken it upon themselves to be a hero and died a horrible death. And so
Idiots.
he has basically requested help because this seemingly unsolvable problem is plaguing them.
Cool.
So with that, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and
Wow.
I need to check on my kid real quick just to make sure that he's like in bed and everything, because Rhiannon isn't quite home yet from what she was doing. And so I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
So everybody who's here, we will be right back. Just gonna do a few little.
It's just like 2.
After these messages,
Yeah.
we'll be right back.
Commander Root and
Be right
Nikki.
back. I should make that bigger. Right back. Be right back. All right, I'll be right back.
Should have another page set up for that in his OBS.
I'm the coolest because I'm the fastest. Yay! Hunter's a giant nerd. He's not gonna hear this for a while. I get to talk mad shit. He'll watch the VOD later and learn about the mad shit. But Hunter's a duty head. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hunter likes duty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Digging through the toilet. It's real gross. Nah, 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 nah. Potty humor. Do I know any fun stories about Hunter? Oh boy. We already talked about the time he talked down to me. Hey. Hunter, when you see this, I want you to know you're a giant shoplagoo. Yeah, I got nothing else. Maybe he'll tell me about it whenever he watches it. I hope so. You better. I'm watching you.
What did you say?
Nothing. I wasn't talking mad shit while everybody's gone for Hunter to discover again.
Yeah, but this time I missed it, so I'm not happy.
Every time we do these breaks and I'm the first one back, I'm gonna pull this crap for Hunter to find out later. It's usually targeting him too. So.
It is incredibly unfair to me because I am a woman and it takes a little longer.
I didn't even pee, so I went and grabbed a drink. So, like, I got me a ginger ale, so that was literally walk a total of 20.
Ginger ale sounds great. I haven't had ginger ale in a while.
Yeah, I've been getting it more since I've got these fucking stomach issues, because sometimes it's nice to have when I
Word.
feel like total ass.
Yeah. Actually, it would have been a good thing to have thought of a couple of days ago when I was feeling like shit. So.
Yeah. I want to get this stomach issue figured out, but the doc's like, take these meds for a month and a half. Okay.
Dang.
It's dumb.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll, not be anything too serious. So.
I mean, so far it's not, because they've done an MRI, ain't found shit. There's no blood in my stool. Yay, that was a fun frigging experience that I grossed out a coworker with. Ha! It was bad though. Never again. That was like a traumatizing moment. I remember that in too well of detail.
There.
And then they also did an EGP, which is an endogastrecoscopy thing. That's literally like 10 syllables. I shit you not. This thing's damn near a sentence. But basically, they sent a camera down my throat to check out my guts. I'm like, yeah, you're fine. Nothing wrong. It looks great. Fucking fantastic. I don't feel great, doc. Trust me.
That's weird. I hate that shit though.
That's dumb. So,
it's like, so I have a Twitch, which my doctor and I, well, one of my doctors and I assume that it's a weird manifestation of one of the rare side effects from one of my meds. And it's like nothing major, but it'll like every now and then, like I'll kind of stutter and my jaw just kind of jerks and locks up for a second, and like my throat, it's really weird and it's incredibly uncomfortable, but it's not like a big deal. It's more just annoying and I'm self-conscious about it. But like,
yeah, I getcha.
But yeah, like that's the only like theory that there is, because everyone else is just like, oh no, you're fine. You're not doing it right now.
Is it bothering you now? Well, no, but well, then you're fine.
Exactly.
Or you're making it up.
I have Stormageddon.
Dark ruler.
Yeah.
Have you had a doctor tell you you're just a woman who doesn't understand what's going on with your body?
I haven't had that. I have had a doctor tell me that my throat issues, which I've had since I was a very small child, my tonsil issues, I should say, I'm just very prone to tonsil infections, and they won't take them out. But when I was still in the Navy, I had to go to medical. I had to go to the ER because my tonsils were basically the size of golf balls and like solid white. And like, it was getting to the point where it's like, if they get any bigger, I'm not going to be able to breathe. This is right before I went on deployment, so they're really trying to actually like pretend that it matters, because you can't go on deployment without your whole fucking crew. But anyway, I go to the doctor and the doctor's like, yeah, it's probably gonorrhea. And I'm like, it's not gonorrhea. Like, I'm like, no, I'm like, at the time I was in a stable monogamous relationship, and like I'm like, yeah, no, that's not the thing. And he's like, no, that's gonna be what it is. I see this kind of thing a lot, and I know what you Navy girls are like. And I'm like, excuse you?
Jesus.
Like, I went fucking off on that dude. Like, I don't care if you're an officer, you are not talking to me that way.
Right.
Fucking douchebag.
Some people.
I know, right?
I always read stories about it on like Reddit and shit. I'm like, that's gotta suck ass to like never be taken seriously when you go see a doctor.
Yeah.
All because you're gender.
Yeah, it's fucking shitty. But for the most part, I have been really lucky with that. Like, medically, it was mostly that one dude. And even I remember like there was like a tech or a nurse that was in there during my exam for that. Like, when the doc had actually left the room, it's like, man, that was really out of line. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, but yeah, the shittiest part though is that a lot of times it's like other women who are more dismissive.
Jesus, of course.
Yeah.
Trying to just do what's happened to them before, so that's
Probably. Yeah. It's really shitty.
Shit's whack.
For sure.
Right. Swag daddy.
Swag
Swag
daddy.
daddy. Who the fuck?
That's my name.
You wish.
I thought it was
Look,
my
if you're gonna be
name.
swag daddy, I want to be bone daddy.
Are you a skeleton?
Basically.
Yeah, you are kind of a skeleton.
Just be like, no modifier daddy. You can just call me
No
daddy.
modifier daddy.
I
Yeah.
gotta watch that movie Come to Daddy, Elijah Wood.
That was a good movie.
Oh,
It was
God.
so fucking weird.
It's got the same guy that did Greasy Strangler, and
I love that
is-
movie.
Greasy Strangler is like just like balls to the wall. What is happening?
Yeah.
Somebody gets their eyeballs popped out and then fried up and eaten.
Not a big fan of that, but it's cool.
Wait, you don't like eating eyeballs?
I have a weird thing about eyeballs. Eyeballs are one of the other things. Like when we were talking at rehearsal yesterday, I was like, yeah, no, I'm fine with like
Turkey.
gore and everything. It's like spiders though freak me out, and eyeballs freak me out. I've gotten
So-
much better about it over the year, and it is for an actual reason. Like, have legit reasons.
So what you're saying is, if I found this, I think it's actually from like a hentai or something.
Oh.
Don't
The
send
one
me
where-
Oh,
Nate.
Well, I can't-
Fucking
Where he
weeb.
pulls the eyeball out with the tongue.
Base doesn't pull it out, but like gets the tongue in there, is like licking the eyeball. It's like, what the fuck? Because I remember someone posted on like Inter, like, what is this shit? Some guy's like, yeah, this is from some hentai. It's real fucking weird.
I don't know if this is inspired by it or if it or anything. That was definitely a thing in Japan for a while.
Oh god, maybe that's
Years
what.
ago, like people would like lick each other's eyeballs, and that was a thing. And I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah, it was weird. I'm like, the fucking shit people make, man.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna pass.
I'm mostly
on
fine
that.
with it. Yeah,
So.
I think we should start a band, guys.
All right. What are we
Crushing
gonna call it?
cupcakes.
No, precious lesbians.
Oh, I like that.
I
Oh,
like crushing cupcakes.
I
or
like both of
emu
them.
wizards.
Precious lesbians crushing cupcakes. PLCC, it's fine.
I've got the hair for it. I'm like halfway there. I just need to not have a penis.
You've
I
got
mean-
a good hair to be in the emu wizards. Like that's like a stoner metal band.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let's start multiple bands, guys.
Yeah. All right. So which of us can play an instrument?
Me.
What are you playing?
I don't know. What do you want me to play? I can
Well, that's not
play.
how instruments work.
No,
Play
no.
the oboe.
Okay, get me an oboe and I will learn to play it. But I can play guitar. I could probably play bass. I can play banjo. Not very well anymore. Mandolin. And
Play the hurdy.
ukulele. I want a hurdy-gurdy so bad. If they weren't so fucking expensive, dude, they're like $1,500 for a cheap ass
That doesn't
one.
surprise
If you
me.
think like buying a hurdy-gurdy is hard, try finding a prostitute who knows how to play the hurdy-gurdy. What a challenge.
You know, I could probably talk to one of my friends about that for you because you know what, like sailors, we know things and we can get you the hookup on pretty much anything you want, really.
Are you telling me that you have friends that are smugglers?
No.
Jesus Christ, Hunter.
I'm telling you that I have friends who are fond of hookers, really is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, friends who have learned how to say "Are you over 18" in 12 different languages.
Yeah, basically.
Jesus Christ.
What I'm saying is I've got friends in low places.
I've got friends in places where Hunter finally comes back.
About time. You better have smothered that. You
Take
can't even hear me.
5, more like take 25
You
right?
can't hear us. Now you can hear
Take
us.
5, more like take
But he's got a cool
25,
shirt,
am
guys.
I
Leave him
right?
alone.
I don't give a shit. He just
Oh.
smothered the child. $5.
Never say leave him alone to Hunter.
Yeah, so
No,
my son had not brushed his teeth yet, so I made sure that he did
son
that.
of a bitch.
I know.
He-
Yeah, that
His
makes Hunter
ass.
the bitch.
And so he,
Thank you
telling
for
you.
being a good father,
he is
Hunter.
in bed now. He
We
was
don't
he was
support his good
sneaking
fatherhood.
some extra time.
Yeah. I stan your good fatherhood. I don't care what these
I don't. I'm just not a
say.
good father anymore. It's
stand
Matt who's the
Hunter's
scientific
wife.
father now. Hunter has become the bad druggy dad.
That's
I
fine
only
too.
do drugs at responsible times.
I'm really high like
Remember, kids, if drugs are illegal where you live, don't do them.
Yeah, so here in South Dakota,
What?
drugs were legal yesterday, and they're still legal today. So, and
I
by
want
drugs
to
I
go
mean
there now.
I just mean marijuana. But
yeah.
yeah. So I put on my
Man.
big gay sweater because
I like your big gay sweater.
I need a gay pride outfit.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's
me too.
Gay Wrath Month now.
Yeah.
Gay
Yeah,
Pride
I'm
Month
into
is
it.
Pride
June.
is over.
Yeah,
Wrath
it's
is
Wrath.
this one. And
I
then
like
it's
better.
war, pestilence,
No.
death.
It's not four horsemen. It's
Revenge.
the 7 deadly sins. So
Oh,
it's pride, wrath,
what is
sloth,
what is
lust,
gay gluttony? Is that
gluttony.
Christmas?
Yeah,
That'd
probably.
be around like
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I don't even
I was gay
know the 7 deadly
into
sins.
last month, but
Yeah, Gay Lust Month is coming up at some
That's my
point.
favorite.
aren't you, Vance?
You gotta get out there and enjoy gay lust month.
Gay
Ugh.
Lust Month.
Here for
Oh
the
my-
wrath. Let's go. Let's fuck
It-
some people up.
It doesn't work very well in Utah, unfortunately. Or
Well,
when
maybe
you're
we'll
like,
have some good movements during gay wrath to burn down like the state.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It also doesn't work when you're like shy and you don't go out at all and you
leaving
have
the
like no
house is hard.
like yeah. Like
Yeah.
the only new people I've met in the last several years have been the people that I met at rehearsal.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
great.
They are great.
That's theater people, man. They're great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to know more theater people because
Yeah.
they're cool.
Keep
They
being
are
our
very
stage
cool.
manager.
I will.
We'll invite you to parties.
Teach me more things.
Yeah.
I'm
You'll
into it.
probably get to be learn how to call cues and stuff during our show, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, so
That'll be a ways
it's pretty
off.
easy. All you do is cues.
Yeah, and if you do that, everyone in the
Where
audience
are
will look
you?
at you and go, "What?"
Yeah, you gotta call cues. Yeah, so I want to take a second before we jump back in to say thank you everybody who's watching. I had sort of an epiphany while I was using the bathroom. I was like, man, streaming on the Friday of 4th of July weekend,
Oh yeah.
probably not great for engagement. But those of you who are here, you're awesome. We love you. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
It's true.
It's gonna take a while to get much bigger than that.
Yeah, so
And
I just wanted to say that behind me, just out of screen, there's like a big 4th of July party going on. All of my other friends are here. I'm not alone in my basement or anything like that. So yeah,
Those are all the college
Room.
kids
Orgy
across
started
the street.
without me. I'm kind of sad, but you know this is important.
um,
Yeah.
oh yeah, we should also take this time to check out this sick ass custom
I
command.
tried to do that. How do you do it?
It's
Yeah, well-
!! Fiends, and you might need to be a moderator for it to.
Oh, I don't think I
aw,
Did that? If you
Oh.
guys, you should try it.
try.
can see it.
So
Oh, okay.
hey, you
Aw.
did it.
We can do it. Let's spam. No, don't spam it. But let's
Uh,
spam it. Also, Hunter, guess what I did while you were gone?
What did you do?
I left you a secret message again.
Ooh.
He did do that.
Oh, in the recording, so I'll have to go back.
Yeah.
We have 5
Okay.
patrons. How many of these patrons are us?
Some of them.
None
are.
of them, Cody. What are you talking about?
Five just caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Five's a lot.
So that
Yeah.
command, the people at Zweihander RPG were super awesome and made us a custom command for our Patreon.
Oh, cool.
And so yeah, Fiends and
My
Friends.
goodness. Excuse me.
That's us. That's
What
myself,
is that?
my friends.
Yeah.
And
we're all friends, but not him.
yeah, and so the Patreon is there for anybody who's feeling like they can contribute for the content that we produce weekly.
You know, if you like us enough.
And we definitely have more stuff coming.
Yeah, and so
Eventually.
we've got
We're brand new, guys. Calm down.
Yeah, we've got
Oh,
like stuff for the world's largest role-playing game that'll be coming out. We've got stuff for Zweihander, stuff for a bunch of indie games. We're writing things. We're making more shows.
Idea that Cody hated so much and is actually
We're
blossoming into something else we weren't expecting.
We're developing our own sort of collaborative world-building project. It's gonna be really cool.
I'm super excited for Popol I've seen.
Yeah, so like all kinds of cool stuff coming to the Patreon. Feel free to support if you can.
Fusion.
We also have a Twitter. That's Fiends and Friends. There are a few other social media sites that I haven't quite developed yet, but they do exist. And so with that, we're gonna jump back in to some Zweihander.
Woo! I'll do some turns.
All right, we got 2 hours, and then I've got my character will vanish into the ether.
Yeah. So Cody will be gone.
Goodness.
Cody will be gone the next all month, and
Basically.
and so yeah, there's he and his collaborator are producing a play in the city of Salt Lake City, Utah. Which if you are
And it's
anywhere close
amazing.
to, if you're anywhere close to Salt Lake City, you can go and watch.
I'm in Kansas.
Yeah.
Even if you're not anywhere close to Salt Lake
You can
City,
fly in,
if you
yeah.
want to come watch,
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
buy you a ticket to our show.
Yeah,
Holy shit, she's paying for my ticket.
Damn,
Yeah.
exciting.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a limit on that. So if there are like a ton of you, I'm sorry, but fuck off.
Let me put a
But you can
caveat.
crash on my couch.
Yeah.
I think I got ahead of myself. Did you say ticket to the show or plane ticket?
Ticket to the show.
To the show.
Damn it.
Yeah,
This is a shit deal.
yeah.
Tell you what, Nate, you tell me how much it is, and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. You can
I
always
could cover
you can
it.
always stay at Cody's house.
Yeah,
Look, I don't know if you realize this, but my car is probably totaled, I hope. So
Oh yeah, the wrath of God.
You can have my car.
I was a dick that day. That was a bad day.
Yeah, you got lots of hail. That was intense.
I got stuck at work for like an extra hour, and then my car windshield was shattered. Anyways, off topic again. Did we get what we needed to off Cody's thing, and then back to the ready for the game?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys are standing on this hill overlooking the valley, nestled in this cradle of abundance is this very rich, stately home, basically a miniature fort castle looking thing. And it's just full of refugee tents and carts that people are living out of. You can see people milling about even from the distance you guys are at. Little campfire smoke coming up from various fires and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of people here. And yeah, so I assume you approach. It's pretty obvious from where you were looking that this southern area, and actually it's kind of like, it's not perfectly north-south because the valley's not perfectly north-south. It's more like southeast to northwest angled. So this southeastern is the entrance, so like the main entrance. And as you walk up, you can see that there's like a big curving, where's my pen tool?
In your butt.
It must be.
Ha! 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 Ha!
Yours is an evil laugh.
Ha!
Oh, here it is.
I was going for Darius, but sure.
Oh yeah. You belong in a museum.
So there's this nice swooping like driveway thing that would be for carriages and stuff like that. And off to the side here there's like places to tie horses and all that. And there are like guards kind of posted here at the front. But it's mostly just like a group of clearly like refugee looking people milling about this front door. And they will hail you as you approach, ask, who are you and what's your business here?
Well, We were sent here. We were summoned. We were supposed to speak with someone.
And
We're the Sash Bearers from Fort Bodeswell. We're here to speak to your lord.
And when you say that we're the sash bearers, I just kind of glower at you for like half of a second. But yeah.
It gives us authority. We can pillage with authority.
You're members of the military, so you have
my own authority.
I actually have power as a sash bearer. Holy shit!
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Like, there are a lot of things that we can do.
I'm ready.
With technical impunity in our own country.
Yeah. So I mean, like, if you were to like do terrible things, there would be at least some, you know, you could lean back on the idea that you are wartime soldiers and that it was necessary or whatever.
I needed stress relief.
Vietnam. God.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, we've already played around with flamethrowers, so.
Yeah, I don't have a fucking shotgun barrel to smoke pot out of.
We'll make one.
Man.
Wait, no,
Yeah.
no, we might get one.
Yeah, I mean, you still have some witchweed, right?
Yeah, she's still got a little bit tucked away somewhere.
Yep, in the folds of her tunic or something.
That might come into play later, so don't be forgetting.
Yeah, so they're
a little bit off when she went to go pee.
Standing in front of these giant ornate double doors. There's like a little like marble staircase leading up to them, and they kind of look at each other, and it's clear that they're not like ruffians or anything like that, but they're definitely not guards or any sort of martial people. It's probably like a bunch of store owners or something that just happen to be assigned to this task. And they'll say, you know, as long as you surrender your weapons here at the entrance, we'll let you in and we can see who it is that you need to talk to.
Okay.
I'm not surrendering my weapons. You must be bad.
And again, they kind of like exchange glances, and they're like, well, it's, you know, Lord Savang says that you're supposed to surrender your weapons before you come in. So
Lord Savang sent for us to come take care of your problems.
And
offer my sharpened stick.
Here, you can
the
have
others
it.
may be comfortable with relinquishing their weapons, but I am not.
And so they'll like, they kind of like whisper among themselves, and one of them takes off into the estate, and the others sort of stay, and they'll say, okay, well, we'll see exactly what's going on here. I don't want to let anybody in with any weapons or anything like that.
As you need to do.
And so then there's like kind of an awkward silence as you guys are like standing in the driveway.
I'll chat with them.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna I'm gonna go up to the the posts, and I'm going to dismount and just get
tie your pony.
Yeah,
Okay.
Laughing Midnight hitched.
Brusher.
Yeah.
Brusher.
And
exactly.
they're kind
Feed
of
her
like
some apple slices.
they like all look at each other, and it's clear there's like the unspoken like, should we like stop her or like what are we supposed to do?
And I'll just turn to them and I'll be like, what?
Yeah, and they don't do anything to you, but they're definitely like unsure.
I'll ask them how the conditions are here.
And one of them, a younger guy, will pipe up immediately and be like, "Oh well, Lord Savang's is taking care of a lot of us. It's honestly a blessing." And the other guy like socks him in the shoulder, and he's like, we're not going to talk to outsiders until we know what's going on here.
Why is that? If your issue is with the
we're going to take advantage of the information they give us and raid them.
Yeah, and when you mention the orc, Nabeen, he like looks at you and he's like, "What do you know about orcs?"
More than you, I would assume.
What was that?
More than you, I would assume.
Oh, and he's like, "I don't know. You'll see it. Just
I
wait.
dispatched them
Listen here.
over
Have you
1,000
killed-
yards. How about yourself?
Listen here. I don't know what you've been doing for a living, but I killed an orc's spider horse. You ever fought one of those? It's pretty fucking horrifying.
I don't think anyone has fought one of those except us,
Fucking
frankly.
not. Very
Um,
unlikely.
And so
Honestly.
as Celine begins to berate them, a very nicely dressed man comes out with the other sort of commoner that went inside. And the nicely dressed man strides forward confidently. You can tell he's dressed in very fine clothing, very colorful, wearing like chains and stuff. Almost kind of like looks like
Is
it's
Mr. T?
it was supposed to look like
Oh, Mr.
like a
T would be more
military
attractive.
outfit, kind of, but it's definitely not like actually a military outfit. And he looks at the five of you, and he says, "Sash bearers, are you?"
Hi.
He's like,
Maybe.
"Well, my name is Palani Savang, and I know that my father sent for you, and I apologize that you were held up here at the entrance. We've, as you know, been having some trouble with raiders, the orcs.
Raiders.
So people are a little bit more on edge. But if you come with me, you can keep whatever you have on you. Come with me, and we'll meet with my father as soon as we can."
Can I make an education check to know what the appropriate greeting for both the son and the father would be?
Okay, yeah, sure.
I want to make a good impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, are they your grace or
Yeah, so you scour your mind for old teachings about Voshek Tadberg nobility and is it a count or is it a duke or is it a what do they designate these people? And you come up a little short. You don't remember specifically what is it that the dad would be, and what would his kids be, and if it's the eldest son, nobody knows what, or you don't know.
would I know that? And if so, could I have
Are
assisted
you
with that?
trained in education?
I didn't believe so. Double check.
I would be a little surprised.
Education. No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, so probably not.
Okay.
Your experience is much more martial than it is
Sure.
the social or aristocratic. But actually, let's have Trish. Trish probably has education.
Probably.
She does.
I would just like to say that as we walk in and pass one of the grizzled, if there's any grizzled guard-looking
Classic
dudes,
Trish.
Yeah, she fails.
classic Trish, she will drag her hand across his thigh and give him a wink.
I would like to say, out of character, if there's anyone out there who can teach me how to do an accent that has been lost, that would be great.
Okay.
Excellent.
me up.
Okay.
Because I want to give Nat the hint of an accent and not this posh ass weird thing that I've just been doing. I'm playing around with it, but I'm
Yeah, exploring it a little
no, yeah.
bit.
She has a voice in my head that's much more not that.
Yeah, that's fair. I
just
have no
imagine
advice.
Wayne's is very gnomish.
But yeah,
Pick,
so
the 4 worst words and always do those words.
Say again?
Just pick the 4 worst words for that accent and do everything else normally except those 4 words.
yeah.
So
Bottle.
alarm. You can't do it right now.
You
Yeah.
fucking.
Or just the word horse.
Alarm.
He's a
to
murloc.
use a lot.
She's a murloc.
She's a fucking.
Yeah. Burglar alarm. Have
Yeah.
you ever heard a Scottish person say burglar alarm?
Ooh, I
It's
have
a
not.
fucking, like,
Nightmare.
it's an atrocity.
Burglar
Yeah.
alarm.
No. It's like burglar alarm. But I can't do it right now because I'm, like, thinking about it.
Yeah.
Too focused.
So I'm just going to say it at some point during this campaign and you will know.
The burglar alarm's going off.
The what?
The burglar alarm. I
I
can't
mean,
do it now.
Last session,
Normally I can do it.
Celine was talking about being thrown under the bus, so we're
Yeah.
all about anachronisms.
It's true.
Yeah. So the
Use some
guy,
gravel.
he's a little bit taller than any of the commoners, and it, like, he definitely has like good posture and is sort of holding himself high. And again, he apologizes for the doorman for not letting you in immediately. And he'll
They're just
Sorry.
jealous of my good looks.
and he'll let you in. And again, these doors are like giant, ornate double doors made of like polished wood with inset windows. And he lets you in, and in this entryway is the most posh like coat room that you've ever seen. The floors are like glistening stone, wooden benches on either side with like rows and rows of on one side like velvet multicolored jackets, and then at the other side is clearly like the commoner space. So there's like regular people's cloaks and woolen coats and hats and stuff.
Really quickly, do we have any sort of point at all or no?
Any sort of point?
Coin. Money.
Oh, some of you do. If you don't specifically,
Do I?
yeah,
I don't think you and I discussed that before I
you do
started.
not.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, you've looted it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
no.
so
That's fine. I was just gonna like essentially tip the peasants that were
yeah.
manning the
Yeah.
stables.
Unfortunately,
so,
you don't have
That's fine.
don't have any money on you right now.
No worries.
Ha. Fucking peasants.
And
Filthy peasants.
yeah, so you go through this giant like coat fitting room into this main gallery, and it's divided. There's a big hallway that you come into right here, and then you boop, like that. Don't do that to me. I'm busy. So you come in, and these are clearly like there's rooms here that you can't see because you're in this hallway, and it's lined with like oil paintings and like sculptures and benches, and it's clearly like an entertaining like waiting area. So if like other nobility were coming in, this is where they would sit and be served wine while they're waiting for somebody to come and bring them to another room or whatever. And then you come into this giant hallway, and it's more of the same. There's like doors lining this southern wall, and doors lining this northern wall, and there are some inset windows where you can see into the courtyard. And again, the courtyard, you can barely see into it through the windows because a lot of them are actually like covered by cloth or blocked partially by tents or carts or things like that. Yeah. And so you are just walking through the most sort of ridiculously ornate, lavish building that you've been in. Celine, definitely ever that you've been in. Lillian, this is not necessarily very unfamiliar to you. And Nabeen, you maybe like in your like officer graduation, or maybe in some like noble house that had been taken over in Lumerlin. But this is sort of on another level of just
Yeah.
ridiculous opulence. And Trish sort of looks unimpressed, and Hart is just like awestruck. And so you go to the left here, walking down this beautiful hallway, and you come to another door that takes you into one of these wings. And here, there is a large, entrance to the courtyard, as well as there's an optional, like area where this whole passageway can be opened up to like let carts and stuff come through this wing to get into the courtyard. And so you walk past this, and it's another hallway sort of lined with beautiful doors and stuff. And eventually you end up in this big northern house here. And let's see if look at my map.
Ooh.
And so you walk in here, and actually let's just make you a sort of communal token. Boop, boo, boo. This is all of you.
Communal.
So you're here in the state house, and it transitions from being like purely entertaining space and decadence and just completely unnecessary area to actual like a living quarters. And so it's this giant multi-story ornate house that is attached to the rest of the estate by the wings. And you are led off to the side here into an office.
Oh yeah.
And it is again just like the pinnacle of unnecessary wealth. Mounted animal heads of all descriptions, rugs and plush carpets, and in the office just like giant bookshelves lined with all different kinds of leather covered tomes with golden inlays and stuff like that. Yeah, and so sitting at the giant desk is Savang Senior.
A rather portly man.
No, he is a spitting image of the man who led you here. Just like 30 to 40 years older.
Cloning technology is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Does he look grizzled? That's what matters.
No, he is the
loser.
where like Captain Micaeus is grizzled and world weary and like down to earth.
Okay.
This man is smooth and unblemished
He's
and
the desk job.
yeah, clean cut, slightly graying hair that's been perfectly trimmed on every side. No facial hair at all. Wearing an opulent robe over some like comfy cotton clothes. Ears pierced with gold and jeweled earrings. He is the picture of a lordly individual, a person of means, someone who's probably never really done a ton of work in their entire life, And so he is sitting there, and he thanks his son Polani for bringing the Sash Bearers to him, and dismisses his son, sort of almost like it's kind of awkward to those of you who notice, where he just like shoos his son away, because the son is clearly like an adult, but is kind of treated like a child as he's yeah, he's basically like and sends him off. And so it is the five of you, and Lord Chemo Savong, the senior patriarch of the Savong household. And he gestures to the lot of you, and he says, "Thank you for making the trip here from Fort Bodeswell. I am just beside myself trying to figure out how to solve this problem that's been plaguing us for many weeks."
Of course, Lord Savon. We were happy to assist when we got tale that there was trouble. Of course, we're happy to assist in solving the problem. We've got some experience handling orcs at this point, so we're happy to take whatever information you have and hopefully handle the problem forthwith.
And he when you sort of begin the intro, he was looking at Trish and looks to you kind of surprised, like with eyebrows raised. And Trish will be like, "Oh, don't worry, she does this all the time." And he looks back at her and he's like, "Clearly there's I was not expecting." So, and he'll like gesture to you to continue. He's like, "I appreciate any help that we can get. This beast has, we had something good going for us here in all of these horrible times that we live in. The people came to us and we're able to provide them, housing and food. But this orcs has everybody riled up. It's my children are dead. I don't know what to do anymore. Which is why I called for help. And
you were right to do so.
Yeah, and so he basically reiterates the story that you've already kind of heard from the letters of, incoming refugees are being attacked. Carts are being raided for food. He will list the names of 4 children of his, adult children, that have gone off to fight this orcs in one-on-one combat, all of which are presumed dead since they haven't returned and the attacks have continued. And he'll say, it's myself and Polani and Leilana now, after Makan, Makeo, Kiko, and Kanoa
those are some names.
Have all died.
Welcome to Hawaii, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is the Hawaiian farming valley. And so it's sort of surprising that he doesn't appear outwardly sort of emotionally devastated that 4 of his kids have been killed in the last 4 weeks. But it's clear that he's kind of hiding it. And he goes on to say, this sort of outside stressor has really put a lot of strain on the relationships that we have here at the Savang estate. And as he says that,
Nate, wake up.
there's a knock on the door, and the son kind of like peeks his head in, and he says, Dad, I think Aleka's here to, and then the door kind of like bursts open, and this like strong looking burly lady with an apron on comes in.
Oh shit!
You would have missed it if I hadn't done that. I'm just saying.
You right.
And she's got her hair in a severe bun. She looks about the same age as
It's
Savang.
the Trunchbull from.
Yeah, it's like Savang Senior. But she's clearly like showing it way more because she's obviously a commoner. And so she comes in and she's like, "Oh, I heard that these sash bearers were here. I'm surprised, Mr. Savang didn't take it upon himself to invite any of us from the courtyard to come and speak with them." And he's like, "It's okay, Aleka. Like I was sending someone to get you." And she's like, "Bullshit, you were sending someone to get us. Like I had to hear from the guys at the door, and then I had to figure out where you brought them. And I'm here now, and I would like to be a part of this." And he's like, "Okay, I see that. We're all living here on my estate together, and we can figure this out as a group." And she like clearly doesn't buy that at all. And she'll pull up one of the other mini chairs and sit down on your guys' side of the desk, with the five of you. And so Chemo continues, "I was just telling them about the troubles we've had and how it's put a strain on, food supply and going outside of the estate to gather things." And she looks at him kind of like stone-faced and is like, you're still not gonna, like, we've talked about how they can't do what you want them to do. And he looks at her and his face goes like icy. And he's like, they will do what is necessary to preserve everything that we have here. And
What do you want us to do?
And he'll look at you, the five of you, and he'll say, I require that you bring in this beast alive so that he may suffer trial by combat. This is not, the crimes committed cannot suffer a, what is the word? I just lost it. Like undignified isn't the right word, but a random slaughtering somewhere out in the wilds. The people here need to see this thing die, and my son needs to kill it. And
what if he doesn't kill it? What if he dies?
And so then Aleka like lets out this big sigh, and she like puts her face in her hand, and she's like, nobody here but you cares about having this thing killed here. And he looks at her and he's like, I would say that anybody and everybody who is living here now could benefit from a win, from something good happening, something obviously, demonstrably beneficial to what we have going on here.
And a head on a spike, I think, could serve that just as well as risking you losing what I imagine is probably your last child.
And he'll correct you severely, and be like, it is, Polani is not the last of my line. We still have Polani and Leilana and
Oh,
myself.
sorry. I
And-
thought Leilana was your wife. I didn't know your wife's name.
And he sort of goes cold, and it's like, my wife is not here with us, and unfortunately probably perished when the star fell.
Look, I don't know if you realize how strong an orc's actually is, but even if your son goes in with a weapon and this guy got his hands, he gonna break your son's neck like it's a fucking twig.
I have to agree with my compatriots here.
And that would
And-
be true of normal orcs, and this is almost certainly anything but.
Aye.
We can guarantee it is much more than a normal orc, because we've encountered others of similar nature.
And he glowers at you, and says that there's no doubt that my eldest, Polani, I forgot his name for a second.
And you really want your son to die, don't you? That's fucked, dude.
If
And
there was no doubt, why did you not send him to begin with?
I forbade Polani from going out into
Or
the
then you're a
wilds
fool.
and throwing his life away in.
Exactly.
But here we can control the environment. We can provide a fair, balanced, honorable fight,
There,
and
right,
my family
crippled
can have
orc.
vengeance. The people
Did you
here.
say honorable? How are you going to expect there to be honor with a fight with an orcs?
This is no ordinary orcs.
Yes, indeed. Why on earth would you think that he's going to be honorable?
I've
Or-
heard.
Capable of being killed by a normal man.
Aye.
I've heard the way that he talks to the people that he raids.
Yeah.
I've heard all of the stories that they bring in. This orcs, he is different. He
And I've heard the way you've been talking to us, and you're a damn fool.
and he stands up severely and looks at the five of you, and he says, "Do what you must, but there will be no support from the Savang family or from this estate whatsoever if you fail to comply with what my decision or what my requirements are for this job. If you think for a second that Lumerlin is gonna waltz in here into the Lost Provinces and take my land and take my bounty and my my all the benefit that I've had out here and my family has raised out here for the last 100 years, you absolutely will have no support from me if you fail in this regard."
And I'd not have expected you to give us any support either way.
I mean,
Let's
if
be
he
real.
kills you, we can come back later and just kill him and take everything anyways.
Exactly. You're here by our. You've got nothing that would do us any good, right? What are you gonna do? Get us out of our Sash Bearers contract? I don't think you have that power, lad. So
And he
we'll do as we need to do, and you'll just have to bloody live with it.
and
I hate this.
yeah, he'll look
That's
at,
this halfling
Yeah,
who
yeah.
can barely see over his desk.
and he'll look at Nabeen and be like, "Don't even pretend for a second that the sash bearers of the enlightened electorate of Lumerlin are out here killing orcs and saving peasants and doing all of this good out of the goodness of their hearts.
Nap's gonna
You-
climb onto his desk and get in his face and be like, listen, I have no aspirations of being a good person or doing this out of the goodness of my heart, but I'm here to do it because I want to get the fuck out of this prison that I've been in. Right?
Forced labor, it's kind of bullshit. It sucks.
You're right. I don't have a choice, but what choice do you have right now outside of us? You've already lost 4 of your children.
And
He's a
he
great dad.
he draws himself up to his full height so that he's still like looking down at you a little bit. And he says, "I've said what I need to say. Do what you must, but good luck good luck. How's he going to say it? Good luck convincing your superior officer that you accomplished your goal when we throw out your men and, prevent, harry their approach at every step of the way. And when the forces from Big Sar get here, we will do everything in our power to prevent any Lumerlin soldiers from ever holding sway here."
And Nan's gonna like look down at the desk and see if there's like a book or something that she can stand on. Anything to give her like the next little bit of height. Yeah, and
yeah, so there would be like a little pile of books or something that you could like step up on and get.
so I'm gonna do that, and I'm just gonna lean even further in and just be like, listen, you are a cock. And that's all she's gonna say, and she's gonna hop down on his desk. Hop down from his desk, rather.
She called you a cock.
And he looks at Trish and says,
Don't look at her. She's almost worse than you.
and he says, "Interesting company that you keep." And she'll say, "I," something that Trish would say,
bastard.
yeah, like I don't have any control over.
She's a Sash bearer too. That means she's as much of a piece of shit as the rest of us.
I'm
If
not
not
the
more,
piece of
half
shit.
of us are in here because of our race.
And he looks, sort of scans the lot and looks at Aleka, and she again lets out a big sigh and says, "All right, Sash bearers, come with me. We'll show you around, and I can give you a little bit more information." And he turns his back and goes over to one of his bookshelves, or like pours some extremely expensive whiskey in a glass or something.
As we are exiting, I want to be the last one out, so I can just turn around when I'm in the doorway and just be like, "Hey, like I said, you're a cock." And then I'm gonna spit on his floor and just follow the rest of them out.
I actually wanted to stay as well, just to talk to him real quick.
You do that, but I'll
Okay.
I'll look at Lillian and be like, she's gonna do her thing, I guess. And then I'm
as
just gonna
Celine-
turn around and do what I said.
As Celine leaves, she's just like, I feel like we made a good first impression.
You know, lass, I think I agree with you.
Oh.
Showed him what's what.
So it's Lillian and Savang Senior in the room now.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to have like to face me or anything if he's getting a drink or reading a book or whatever. I just want to talk to him and say, my companions are a lot, and they've been through a lot, and I don't think that your position puts them in any more of a position to like you from the get-go. The request is difficult, and I understand to a certain extent your desire to see revenge happen. I will not put your son's life at risk for a trial by combat. If possible, I would be willing to him back to face public execution.
And he'll turn to you and he'll say, I have made my demands and made them clear. If you bring back this orcs, I will take care of the rest, and you will have whatever support you need, whatever support your fort needs. And again, if you fail, I will not forget.
And you are prepared for the eventuality in which you lose him and then presumably lose the other one in another futile attempt to kill this thing. You're prepared for that eventuality.
You seem to believe you know what I am and am not prepared for.
No, I am asking you right now, is that an eventuality that you are emotionally prepared to handle? Because it is a possibility, and not a small one.
And he like furrows his brow at you and says, whatever happens, but it guarantees that the orcs dies where, in plain sight of everyone here, dies by my command, by my my decree, and solidifies the ever tenuous relationship between the refugees here and my family and my staff, and what we have going here. And if you again believe that your Lumerlin soldiers can come in here without support from me or without support from the people here, you will be severely mistaken.
Well, I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess she was right. You really are a cock. And then I'm gonna leave.
You made Automod upset.
I did. I'm sorry. I didn't
She
mean
got her
to
messages deleted.
spam quite so many screaming burps, but eggnog beer is terrifying.
Apparently 3 is fine, but 7 is not.
I didn't think I hit it that many times. Interesting.
I could get him to go for an execution because it met all of the standards that he was saying, but whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and he made it clear that what he wants is for you guys to bring it in, and the next steps are not up to you.
Well,
yeah, so outside of the office is Polani, the eldest son, and Aleka, the sort of seemingly spokeswoman of the refugees. At least that's sort of how she presented herself. And Polani looks at the 6 of you, the 5 Sash Bearers and Aleka, and he says, that sounded like it went poorly.
No, that went great.
Your father's a knob.
he's trying to get you killed, frankly.
And he kind of lets out a little sigh, and he says, I understand your concern and your feelings towards my father. He hasn't been himself since this started. I am the only one of the children who is formally trained in any sort of martial field. I served in the Voshek Tadberg military for many years. done my part, done my training. I am confident in my ability to defeat this thing, but
Well, that makes you dumb too.
I was forbidden as heir to the Savang estate from taking action. And unfortunately, my siblings found it in their hearts or minds that if they could do what I was not allowed to do, they could increase their own prestige in Father's eyes or among the refugees here. And he'll sort of gesture to Aleka and say, I'm sure she has detailed the increasing, or should I say, decreasing relationship that my father and our family is experiencing with the people who are staying here. And she's like, you're damn right. Like, this thing is out there taking our food, killing people who are going out on scouting missions, people who are coming in to live here after we sent out all those leaflets and we told people to come here. Now we're being harried by this horrible monster, and he wants them to bring it here and do some elaborate ritual combat to cleanse his conscience of his dead children. And Polani sort of like pats the air to like calm her down a little bit. He's like, yes, I understand the irrationality, the seeming
Idiocy.
irrationality of what he's demanding.
He's distraught, and he's not making sense.
He's an idiot.
And
He's a
you
cock.
are going to be the one to pay the price for it, Polani.
I say we do it.
and
I want to
and
watch.
Polani is like, I have no intention of paying any mortal price. I will
What you do?
slay the beast if given the chance.
Yeah, the same thought that every one of your brothers had before going out.
Nab's gonna kind of like eye him up and down and be like, "Yeah, you're gonna slay him, eh? Yeah, come on, you couldn't even slay me, let alone some fucking orcs out there. That's
It's not the time to be hitting on it.
Yeah.
not even in that way either, William." She whirls around.
And
I'm not impressed.
Hart will chime in. He also kind of eyeing Polani, and he's like, "Well, looks like he can fight." And Polani says, "You know, I know that I look ridiculous in this dress getup, but
It's nothing
Nabs-
to do with you personally.
Nab's gonna be like, "Yes, you do," and then she's gonna turn to Hart and be like, "You look like you could be good in a fight, but what happened to you last time you went out and got in a fight, huh?"
he looks at Celine and is like, she set me on fire."
You caught yourself on fire
Exactly.
trying
You
to put
didn't
me
do
out.
very well, did you?
No one man is at equal match with normal orcs.
Exactly.
Physically superior to one man in every way.
I know that you won't listen to me because I'm just a wee halfling, but listen to the elf. She knows what she speaks of.
And he kind of resignedly nods his head, and he's like, you know, if you choose to do what my father says, and it comes to trial by combat with me and the monster, and should there, you know, the unlikely chance that I begin to lose the fight, there is no outcome in this world that would have me dead before the beast was slain by my father's men or the gathered peasants here.
So it's not honorable combat. It's a fucking show.
And he looks at Celine and says,
Exactly.
in what way that my father described it did it appear to be actual honorable combat?
From the
He
Well,
bullshit
you
he was
know.
spouting.
You know, when he used the words honorable combat,
and
you
he
fucking
sort of like
punks.
he like nods his head a little bit and he says he needs both the personal reprieve from what he's feeling as well as the political benefit of having this monster killed and killed in plain sight, killed in a way that all of the gathered peasantry and merchants and refugees can appreciate and accredit to him and his family and this estate.
And does he need it more than he needs his eldest son?
Yes, he does.
And he will kind of like gesture to Celine and be like, at this point, it's probably of equal value.
And what do you need? Do you
And-
want to die for your old man's
Oh, why don't you
fucking
just come with us on our
delusions of
damn
grandeur?
And
It has to be
he'll
done in front of everyone.
he'll look at Lillian and be like, well, I'm no prisoner soldier, unfortunately. I
Ooh.
served an actual service to my nation. And what I need is for this place to not burn down around us and doom everybody here.
Yeah, you say you served your fucking nation, but you look like a fucking pants. You got smooth hands. What you fucking doing walking around in those fucking rags?
So give me
Hey?
an awareness check.
Okay, let me find my character sheet. Okay. Awareness, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be bad.
Oh, and also in case it wasn't clear, when I said what I said, I meant like just to go get this guy, not to like leave and join the military.
Oh, you
Hang
want
on,
him
it's
to
not-
come?
Yeah, because then he could just spin it to his dad. Oh yeah, I went and killed the thing.
I had to
Everyone
reload
has to
my
see
character
a
sheet.
show has
Okay.
to be made.
Yeah, we'll
of
bring
it.
back the goddamn head.
That's not a show that he wants.
It is a show. We
It's
fucking
not
play.
the show
We'll
he
play
wants.
soccer with it in the courtyard.
Who
That's
gives a
not the
fuck
show
what
he
he
wants.
Ah,
Oof,
unfortunate.
so close.
wants?
And so you say you've got smooth hands, and he looks at you and he holds out his hands, and you see that on his left hand he's actually missing his ring finger and his pinky, and it's like
I see you're fucking lame. You're useless.
Hey now,
Oh,
And-
those
shit.
are war scars.
Yeah, and he says, these, unfortunately, my left hand caught a musket ball while on horseback. I was able to run through the man who fired the shot after the fact, but was not able to find my fingers to be reattached.
That's wonderful, lad. But are you willing to have your left nut also shot through with a musket blast? Are you willing to have your heart shot through? Because that's what your father's asking of you.
Why do
I
we
want to
care
know
anymore?
what you
Let's do
want.
it.
And he'll
I'm fine with that
Yeah,
as
and
well, but stop
do it.
defending his old man when his old man's trying to get him killed.
and he'll look down at you and be like, you seem like the type to have served before.
I did.
Was there never a person in your past that you would follow the orders of or respect unquestioningly,
Nay, there was not.
then you were probably not a very good soldier.
Really.
Ooh, shots fired!
Question the other mantises and see how that goes with you.
I'm gonna roll for him real quick, actually.
See if he's heard of him.
Okay, yeah, and so he doesn't say anything in particular about the mantises.
That's a shame.
But he'll say, you know, outside of my service to my nation and my commander, my life now is as a member of the Savang household, and be it the situation that we find ourselves in, and particularly the situation that my father finds himself in, is one that nobody could prepare for. And it is my
You're right.
job as eldest son to facilitate as best I can the wishes of my father and what's best for this estate.
Lad,
All right, guys.
I'll tell
let's
you
just
one
go get
thing.
him.
Yeah, we do it.
It's
I wanna watch
not your responsibility.
him. Who cares? Let him.
Let's go.
We'll see how a
If the
public
fucking
thrashing
lad
does
wants
for
to lie.
their reputation.
I hope they all die. It's gonna be great.
They won't all
Yeah.
die, but let's
It
see
took-
how happy they are when they make fools of themselves in front of
It
the
took-
entire refugee camp.
Indeed.
What do you think? And I look over to the leader of the refugees.
And she says, I think that I have somebody else that I want you to talk to. And so
Okay.
she will lead you into the courtyard.
As we leave, Celine's gonna say, it took 8 of us to bring down the spider orcs, and a bunch of us almost died. This will be fun to watch.
and he
Making sure he overhears.
yeah, and he kind of like mockingly salutes to you and once you say that, and goes into the office, presumably to talk to his father.
All right, now, yeah, we have to organize their deaths at this point.
Yeah, and Nab's like, as we walk away, when she sees that mock salute, she's just like muttering to herself, like, fucking Geo, fucking bullshit, son of a bitch. Never saw combat in his life except the one time and he lost his fucking fingers. Obviously doesn't know what he's fucking talking about.
So yeah, Aleka
He's more angry than I am.
leads you into the courtyard, and it's like a bustling kind of like small town marketplace atmosphere where there's like tents and cooking pots and like kids running around, and it's a large space, so there's like a good number of people here, and so she leads you sort of deeper into the crowded, like sort of pseudo alleyways that people have made between tents and stuff, and opens the flap of a tent and sort of gestures for you guys to go in. And it's a fairly large tent, somewhere near the center of the courtyard. And she says, "Well, Ollie in here wanted to talk to you guys."
Cool.
Okay.
Who's Ollie?
And so she'll
Instantly fabulous he.
and she'll say, Ollie has some different ideas about what's going on here. And if you guys go into the tent and it's sort of dark, there's like a little lantern that's on, casting some light around. And Ollie is a middle-aged looking guy, kind of scrawny, scraggly beard, sitting, and he's whittling something out of with a knife and a piece of wood. And he looks at the lot of you and says, "Oh, I heard that the Sash bearers had finally arrived.
That's us.
Heeding the call of Senior Savang."
Yeah, we're here to watch him suffer.
And he sort of looks at Celine in an interesting way, and he says,
Well,
"Well,"
he's asking for it.
he says, "Well,
Not wrong.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There are some of us here, among us living in the courtyard and outside of the estate, that think there might be time for maybe a change of management."
Yes, my
Oh,
And, you know, we're here inside the influence of this horrible star, under attack on all sides by monsters and bandits, and this fucking guy wants somebody to bring a monster here so that he and his stupid kids can kill it and cleanse their hands of the blood of their family. And, you know, I don't think that's the right idea.
Well, I'd have to agree with you there.
I don't give a shit about him.
Unfortunately, you know, with us being here and the vast majority of us being elderly or young or sickly, poor, don't stand a whole lot of chance against surveying and his staff and his guards and his kids. You know, we could maybe burn the whole place down, and then what? We all fucking die. But, you know, you lot, and he'll like gesture to Nabeen's gun and saber and the pair of axes hanging from Lillian's belt. You lot
Heart's
present
sword.
Yeah, Heart's giant glistening sword. He's like, you lot present an interesting opportunity, if you catch my drift.
I certainly
I don't
do.
know. Lean would look at Lillian and be like, "Were we actually supposed to like grab this place or just kill the beast? I thought we were just here for the beast."
We were sent to answer the call of the Lord to aid him specifically.
And
So
we've
we
done
don't.
that, haven't we?
I mean,
We answered his call.
eh.
Well, we haven't exactly solved the problem.
Well,
And
technicalities, my friend.
he sort of listens in, and he's like, you know, everybody here knows what you guys are doing out here. It's no secret that Lumerlin is making a play for the Lost Provinces. And so, you know, who's to say that this area transfers hands to Lumerlin, you know, under the command of a, you know, refugee group instead of some Lord Savang.
At this point, I really don't care how we get it. I'm just here for personal gain in a sense. If we get this done, then we make the captain happy, and I can dig that. That's what I'm here for at this point. If your plan is easier and smarter than what the other guy has, I'm
Sounds
interested.
harder in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's my concern, because since you guys can't really take them on, and
Do you want us
you know.
to violently kill or exile the leaders of the house?
And he looks at you and he's like, well, you know, whatever needs to be done to you know, placate the Savang family and provide you the opportunity to complete whatever mission it is you had, Those of us who can help could help. It's just something that we've been thinking about.
So, my thought is, I like the idea of bringing the orcs here. I know it makes you guys uncomfortable, but run and hide for all I care. Get out of the building, whatever. But why do it when we can have the orcs do it for us? And it almost sounds like we could convince him to come here, since he seems to be interested in some fucking combat and honor and this bullshit.
And he looks at you and he says, "Have you been drinking the same bullshit that Savang has? You think
I don't know.
You think some orcs is out there demanding duels and
We have seen some crazy shit, Ollie. Orcs are not behaving the way they normally do.
Especially
We met an
these
orcs
special ones.
that could speak normally and do magic.
And he like raises his eyebrows and he sort of like sits back and he's like, "I don't know anything about magical talking
Exactly.
orcs. All
Exactly.
I know is that you got a bunch of people here in a house in an estate run by some, grief mad guy and his dead kids. And if something doesn't change soon, it's all going to fall apart, and it's going to fall apart in a way that causes everybody to die."
And I've got to agree with him. I haven't seen the things that you lot have seen, but I know that there's something strange afoot. That's undeniable, from just what I have seen. But do we risk all these people for the wins of one grief-stricken man?
That's why I said get them out of here. They can run and
Yeah,
hide while
I'm
this
not.
happens.
I'm not so worried about the refugees. If we're nearby, it's much easier for us to step in and engage him and protect them.
Certainly it is, but why would we bring him here to begin with?
He can do all the work for us.
Would
and if
you
we
want
need
to
clean
do
up-
this if this is where you were from?
At this point, I would do it just to watch him smack around that guy, the son. The whole reason we started arguing with him was because we thought it was sort of wrong for him to throw his son under the bus and get him killed. At this point, fuck him. But
I have to agree with you there, lass, but
more, to the point, the refugees aren't capable of running this place on their own. If we oust the family, and presumably their retainers would go with it, they're here to be paid, then this whole situation collapses anyway. And I will remind you that despite him being a grief-drunk, semi-loon at the moment, he did, out of the kindness of his heart, invite refugees onto his land and protect them in his home, when most nobles that I'm aware of would let them die in the fields.
Aye, but what does it matter if he's only going to be leading them to their fucking deaths?
He only has to protect them until we get this problem solved and Luberland troops come in and take over.
And you want to die for this as well?
I don't have any intention of dying for this. It's more dangerous for us to go out, the three of us or the five of us, and solve the problem on our own rather than try and bring him here.
Let's be real. The other two are practically fucking useless, right? They
I don't
don't
know
even
if you realize this, but Lillian's pretty good at talking to orcs and convincing them to things, surprisingly.
It has
It is a
happened before.
peculiar talent.
Yeah.
That's very odd. I have to admit that. But that's something you're good at. I wasn't aware.
Okay, and just so you know, Celine will look at you and say, if you're going to call me useless, I'm not helping you when you get attacked. I'm just saying, because I'm useless.
Oh, you useless, you fucking idiot.
No, she meant those two. I point to the two vacant-eyed people staring at the walls.
Yeah.
Trish
and Hart. Yeah.
And the one that never fucking speaks.
I'm Hart.
assumed I was included in one of the shitty ones because Heart is very threatening and strong looking.
Yes.
Celine's like, hi.
I think that you're the strangest person I've ever met, and I
Probably.
don't know if I like you yet.
Haven't met many
I
Normans, though.
respect you. You've
Why?
done some good things. I've seen that.
Oh god, I've been doing this all wrong.
Yeah, you banged that other
Ah.
halfling. She has a kindred spirit with you now.
Ah, I did, didn't I?
You
Wow.
banged the halfling. What? Who'd you bang? Was it someone I knew?
Yeah, you did. You met him.
Kinda. He was the show off.
It was that
Yeah.
other
Ah,
sash
The
bearer.
bounty hunter.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Um,
so
Yeah, so
sash
Ollie
bearers.
like takes it all in as you guys are discussing amongst yourselves.
He's just thinking we're so bad.
And he's like, "Look, I don't pretend to know what you guys have going on between the five of you. You just got here. I just met you. But my proposition still stands. If you don't like where this is going, like we don't like where this is going, if you think there's a better way, like we think there's a better way, we will back you up. And whatever it is you need from the new leadership here, we can provide. Lumerlin soldiers are welcome. Whatever it is that whatever play your nation is making in this territory, we'll support. We're sick of people dying out there. We're sick of this guy obsessed with this monster hounding us at every corner. We just want it dealt with. We want a better place to live. The security of Lumerlin soldiers sounds really great right about now. And we can't make that happen on our own.
All right. Well, I have, I think, a pretty good plan.
I have some questions for him then. How many guards does the Lord have?
As far as we can tell, there are 4 main, protectors of the estate.
Plus his son, plus him, plus another child?
There are 3 living members of the Savang family right now. There is Chemo, Savang Sr. There is Polani, the heir and eldest son. And then there is Leilana, the youngest daughter.
How old is she?
Yeah.
Leilana is like 25.
You wanna go
What's she
talk
like?
to
Is she
her?
reasonable?
And he kind of like waffles a little bit. Like, she is definitely more worldly than the father. I can't imagine she would support any type of, overthrowing of the Savang family.
Okay, yeah.
Great.
overthrowing. What about the orcs dude? He's alone, I assume?
As far as the stories that we've heard, it's this monstrous orcs riding on some hideous beast, ambushing, guerrilla attacks, taking supplies, taking food, killing with impunity. It is, regular, fairy tale stuff. Just the monster in the woods, if you will.
Alright, and so he's been saying things? What the hell has he been saying?
And Ollie kind of like
He doesn't believe
sighs.
this shit.
Yeah, Ollie kind of sighs and is like,
I don't give a shit if he
some
doesn't believe it.
refugees, some people who have survived the attacks claim that this orcs is talking and going on about duels and combat and honor and prestige. I think it's bullshit. It's just a bunch of scared peasants telling stories.
You don't have to believe shit.
Are you sure that it's
I
an
know.
orcs? Are you sure it's not just some massive lad?
I'm fairly certain from the descriptions that it's an orcs.
Green skin tends to give it away.
Pig
Yeah,
face,
but you never know.
face, big tusks, bristly hair
arms.
covering some of the body, big muscles. Some people say there's a third arm on the right side. Even when I say it like that, it sounds like he already has like more than 2 arms.
Yeah, say he has an extra arm on his right
Yeah,
side. Or just say he has 3 arms.
He has 3 arms, the extra one being on the right side.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you have any more questions, Celine?
No, that pretty much answered it. So
I guess how many fighting men do you feel like you could muster, Ollie? Capable.
We could, between everybody here, we could provide 6 to 8 capable fighters.
I feel like you can't take the house with just that.
And he says,
they don't have weapons and armor.
Have you ever tried to kill an armored knight with a rake?
And I don't know. I've been killing shit with a scythe for the last few weeks.
Oh, lad. Oh, that's a good one.
Nutty.
I like it.
Yeah, I decapitated a spider zombie with a scythe. That was pretty exciting.
Oh,
and he kind of like looks at you.
Lillian, why not?
Incredulously, he's like, I'm sure part of that is true somewhere in there.
People really have a hard time believing the shit that we're in. The fucking sky is ripped open, and they don't believe in what feels like, frankly, some of the most mundane shit.
I do have to agree with you on that one.
Yep.
I mean, the heavens falling on us, and you don't believe that there's some fucking weird shit going on with orcs.
He's like,
that's far more believable.
He's like, I believe that there's an orcs out there killing people, making my life miserable. I don't know what I believe about spider zombies or anything like that.
That's
you still have. Oh no, you didn't bring any of the spider zombies with you. Shit. Or the big
sadly.
Yeah.
No. All right. Well, I think I have a pretty good plan.
I could still show him what I have, though. The black.
No, let's not scare him with that right now. No need to show him the raw biological chaos.
Yeah.
What time of day is it, Hunter?
It's like late.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nighttime.
Okay.
We should go and set up our tents out front.
We should.
I want to have a little round the tables, and I'll take my best like leadership position to address the team.
And this is just the 5 of you, right?
Just us.
Okay, so you are alone. The Sash Bears are in their tent now, out front. You've set it all up. You're discussing, talking shop now.
So before she even says anything, as she gets ready to takes in the breath, Celine's just like, I think we should talk to the orcs.
That is step 1 of my plan, Celine. I'm glad that we're on the same page.
I mean, surprisingly. If you're saying that you can speak to them, then why not, eh?
So step 1 is attempt to speak to the orcs. Mm-hmm. Me and Hart can go up and put ourselves at the forefront. Nabeen, Celine, you guys can stay a little bit further back. Be range support if we need it.
Why on earth would I want to stay further back? I've got a mount.
That's what I mean. You've got, just enough so that he can't sprint up on you
and
kill your pony.
You're a fucking idiot. It was fine.
3 of you on the front line. I like this. This is great for me. Let's do it.
I was hoping that if she would be okay with it, you could be on the back of the pony with her, unless you can't cast like that.
I mean, I don't fucking
You
know. I've
what?
probably never
She-
tried.
Celine
You
could.
want to fucking have Celine on my fucking mount?
Both
You
of
see
you.
a
That's
double saddle here.
That's a tactic conversation for you two to have.
She sounds
Let's
offended.
Yeah.
looking
Celine
at-
should actually sit on Naveen's shoulders. And so then it would be
Well,
like
I'll be
double
damned
stack.
of
Like one
mission
person.
voice
Yeah.
he's fucking talking to us
We need-
now. You're
now we
out
just
of your
need-
fucking gourd.
Now we just need a trench coat and we can be human, man.
Exactly.
Why you got four
Um,
legs? That's why we're human, man.
We'll attempt to speak with them and figure out what is going on his end of things. And more than likely, we will try to convince him to come back and face justice, as it were, potentially as a point of honor.
Justice.
Yeah.
Um,
So when that happens, if that is the course that occurs, we can bring him in and arrange for this public battle, whatever. We understand that there are 4 guards. There are 5 of us. Should any of the guards attempt to step in the event that the sun is losing, we can make an effort to maintain the honor of the trial by combat and keep the guards out. At which point, what happens, happens.
do you not understand what trial by combat means and what honor means in those terms?
That's what
If it's-
I'm saying.
No, I don't think that you are. You're saying that we would step in.
No,
No.
we
If the
would
sun
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
stop
moving.
the guards
Yeah.
from stepping in.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what-
Yeah, yeah.
We
okay.
would
My mistake.
maintain the integrity of the duel.
I,
And so what
I
happens?
can get
happens.
behind that.
And then the Lord has to pay whatever consequences that may be. At which point we could end up being friends with this orc for the coup d'etat and sending the orc off into the wilderness.
it could be another corner.
Yeah, we could
I
have
miss
another
Scarlet.
Corna situation, depending
Another
on
what?
his personality. There are layers to this.
Corna was a really cool orcs mage who can lift a fucking tower out of the ground and float straight up into the sky.
I still
It-
think you lot are fucking mental. Let's show
I
it.
think
We just
you're
had
just
the
fucking dumb.
conversation, Nab. We just had this conversation.
I fucking know, but I still haven't fucking seen it myself, have I? I don't know why
Well-
my accent completely shifted.
That's all right. Yeah.
The alternative, if we are talking to this orc and it becomes clear that there's no way that we're getting him back, we fight him, kill him, take his head, bring it back, throw it on a spike, whatever, and then basically inform him that the troops will be here, and if he wants to try and hold back the entirety of the Lumerland military retaking this area, then we'll have to find a new lord of the manor, and that's assuming that he survives long enough for the Lumerland guard to arrive with the increasing distress of his people.
He mentioned another group showing up. Who the fuck did he
Our
mention?
our
Who is-
military.
Is that
to
what he
retake-
mentioned? I thought he made mention of another group
He
coming up
did.
instead.
He did
You
say
did.
Yeah.
when reinforcements arrive from the capital.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I'm sure.
yeah.
I'm sure
Some
reinforcements are
chaos
gonna.
spawn boys.
I'm sure, yeah, they're gonna arrive real soon from the capital. If reinforcements are coming from Voshek Tadber's capital, then it doesn't matter what we do here, because when they arrive, they would kick us out anyway. So he can eat my dick. Him and his 4 guards can try and hold back the contingent of 20 soldiers we're gonna send to take this area.
I was just worried it might be another
Julian,
country since
I
you know.
Yeah. So you are.
I've
you were-
got
you
an
were right,
important
Yeah.
question here, Lillian.
Yeah.
Do you have a fucking dick?
I have a dick. Is
Yeah,
this
you
like
just,
some like elf racism going on here?
Well, you did
you
just
just
say,
kinda like
yeah.
fucking said he
looking.
could eat your fucking dick. I'm
It's
just
Jack.
fucking asking. I mean,
it's
I don't care,
it's-
or I just
It's an old
wondered.
dwarven phrase I picked up. You know, they say
Ah,
that
that's
even their
fair,
women
yeah.
grow dicks, right?
Yeah.
I see. That's fair
Dwarven
weird.
women
enough. Yeah.
Grow
are known to grow
dicks.
dicks.
Yeah.
I like it. I might choose that one myself.
Some of
if
them
you
are
don't
longer than
mind.
the men's.
Yeah.
Aha! That I'm not in doubt of at all.
Heart's probably a little butthurt, maybe.
I am
Yeah.
hard.
I'm
So-
hard. Oh no, that's right.
Does
Just
this-
I'm
Yeah.
hard.
Does this plan stick well to you guys?
I mean, even if we, depending on how things go with the orcs, I'm fine with whatever. As long as we get this place under our control, like we can fucking. If things go south with the orcs for all I care, we can come back, tell Ollie, and be like, "Hey, we'll help you. Things don't go so well with our other plans."
Aye. And you're certainly speaking my language when you said we should just fucking kill him and put his head on a pike. That's the smartest thing to do. Let's be
I
real.
think that if the negotiations break down, having his head on a spike is the easiest way to maybe let me mechanically make a charm check to convince them, hey,
Mechanically,
we did
what do
this
you
on
mean?
behalf of the Lord, because that's sort of the shit that he wanted. Maybe in some part of his brain he'll just be happy that we did it.
Probably not.
But
Yeah,
Probably
so
not.
Trish will chime in and say, you know, from what I was able to hear and gather of the combined refugees in the courtyard, there's not a lot of hope left in like the, you know, in the continuation of this, you know, peaceful agreement if something doesn't change pretty soon.
And why do they stay here? I
'Cause
don't
they don't
understand
have
that.
anywhere else to go now.
Safer than out
There's-
there where it's ambushing and ransacking and murdering.
This is basically a fortress.
That's true, but I feel like you may as well be on the move constantly. You're safer that way than you are just fucking just being sitting ducks in the courtyard of some madman who this fellow obviously is.
I put up a letter. I put up the little thing.
Okay.
I take the dove.
Yeah.
I want to write a message on the dove,
Okay.
and I'm gonna
on
say,
the dove.
yeah, like right on his back.
Just like
You only
fucking
get so many messages before you need a new dove.
yeah.
And as
I'm
you're writing on the dove, I'm just looking at you like,
Yeah, so
what's wrong with these people?
yeah.
I'm gonna write a message that says to the captain,
Yeah.
and it's going to say, in order to maintain peace and prevent loss of lives in what's the area that we're, I guess, just the Lord's Manor or
The Savang Estate
Savang
is
the Savang Estate.
Yeah.
I suggest sending a contingent of troops capable of holding the area as soon as possible. Breakdown between refugees and the Lord is potentially imminent, regardless of our actions. Having troops here as soon as possible will ensure the safety of as many people as we can.
So you attach this
You
giant
write-
fucking parchment. I'm just kidding.
No, it's like-
I know it was a
It's
lot
like
of
written
words.
on the bird's
Yeah.
feathers.
Yeah.
But
It's like yeah, no, it's got a lot of. It's white bird.
Yeah.
Black Sharpie.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. So you're
Throw it
able
away
to
when you're
attach this. You know, the little. It's like a little parchment tube that you can attach to its leg or whatever.
I have my tiny elven script.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say there's a lot of words, but it's fine.
I just imagine a bunch of like pigeons thrown away in a trash can.
Yeah,
somewhere
it's like,
written
oh,
all
this
over them,
one's-
just like cooing and blinking and pecking at each other a bit.
Yeah.
They stop being doves at a certain point and turn
Yeah.
into
That-
pigeons. That's where they get the speckling.
breaks my heart on so many levels.
Yeah.
You have no idea. Like,
But-
pigeons are one of my favorite animals on the entire planet.
Dude, that's what
So-
Keith is.
I know. That's
So-
why, like I said yesterday, I was like, man, I should have been a fucking pigeon.
Shit. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I would like to talk to the daughter if at all possible
okay.
at some point.
Well,
We still need to figure out how to find this orcs too.
yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to bed and prepare for the trip tomorrow. I don't think there's
Yeah.
anything else I need.
So I would say there's not going to be a whole lot going on in the area at this time of night. And so it would be functionally impossible to just like find the daughter.
Throw pebbles at every
yeah,
window.
you're like, hey.
Are you the cock's daughter?
That's the name of a really good poem.
Are you the cock's daughter?
No, just the
Yeah.
cock's daughter.
Oh, the cock's daughter.
The
Yeah,
daughter of the
so
cock.
so I would say that everybody goes to sleep in the tent. Hart snores, and you wake up
Nab punches him.
fairly early in the morning to the sound of regular commotion.
Roosters.
Yeah, there's probably roosters because it's like a sort of large farm estate. And so yeah, if you wanted to find the daughter, you could ask after her, like where's Leilana or whatever.
I would love to do that. Also, I want to remind Nate that Celine could look for rats in here. I'm just saying, dude.
Can't do that. I didn't roll earlier when we were traveling. Hunter never told me to.
God
Oh, yeah.
damn it. Okay.
God damn it. Celine will look for rats. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to roll for rats, you can.
Roll
Always
for rats. That's a
roll
bad.
for rats.
Yeah, roll for rats. And yeah, so Nabeen goes and asks around.
Woo.
Hey, you find a rat.
Cool. It's going in the jar, and I'm gonna give him some of my cheese. It's probably getting pretty damn old at this point.
Hey, aged cheese is delicious.
Yeah, so if it's like fully unwrapped, it's gonna go bad or whatever. But the wax will keep most of it good for a long time.
If it's a
so
hard
make sure to
cheese, you
wrap
can
it.
also just like break off mold and eat the
Yeah.
rest.
Exactly.
Alright.
So
I
Nabeen,
assume it'll fit in like a medium jar. So.
yeah, it's a regular small rat. You ask around, and you're directed to Leilana pretty easily. And she is in the courtyard, like cooking some breakfast stuff in a big communal pot with some of the refugees. And she looks up as you approach and says, "Oh, you're one of the Sash bearers."
I am. I'm begging your pardon, milady. I'm here to ask you what your thoughts on your father's plans are, and your thoughts of the loss of your siblings. May they rest easy.
And she will kind of like harden her expression as she's like stirring and adding things to this big pot. And she'll say, "Well, it is not my place to necessarily directly question how my father wants to run the estate. I have heard that your group didn't see eye to eye with him. And if you're coming to me in hopes of finding an angle or wiggling him out of his position, I can't offer you anything. Can't offer you anything in that regard. It is regrettable that my siblings chose to chase heroism when there's so much here to do. But if my father believes that this course of action is the best to solidify what we have going on here as a more continuous and sustainable operation, then I also believe that.
Lady, I'm not looking to undermine your father. I've been given my orders. I don't agree with him, you're right, but what I'm asking is what your feelings are, or what your opinion is.
And she kind of looks at you hard and she says, everything has been terrible ever since the world ended.
It has.
It is a non-stop cycle of horror. I
And
don't know what else I can offer you in terms of
well, just tell me what you would have done, what you would do. I'm not. Your father wants to bring a monster here, right? Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Do you think that that is no? Don't answer that as a noble would. Answer it as a person would.
Oh god.
And
All of these people, these refugees.
she's like, I unfortunately, it's difficult for me to answer as if I were a prisoner soldier or a refugee because I have duties here and responsibilities
Right.
here that I have to
I
attend to.
understand that. I've been there. I understand responsibilities, but how would you answer it? How would
If
you
I were head of the
respond?
household,
No, you, as you are right now, tell me how you feel.
I feel like I need to finish making breakfast. And she will walk off.
You
And
fucking deaf twat.
Doesn't get what she wants, insults person.
that's
Listen,
fair.
you
Well,
can pretend that none of this matters to you as much as you want, but the fact that you're out here making breakfast for these refugees says something about you. And whether or not you can fucking pony up to that
Pony.
is your
God.
fucking business. But you know what? As it is right now, you're the most cowardly fucking girl I've ever seen. Fucking sort of. We'll just go bring this fucking monster back to your front door, you fucking stupid cunt.
I think Nab's a little drunk too.
Right.
Nab is not drunk. Chris, however, also
Chris,
not drunk actually. Tipsy, yes. Drunk, no.
Luckily, I have some manacles, so if we want to keep one of them
Just chain
alive
her
as a
up.
prisoner of war.
Yeah, so she unfortunately does not respond to the tirade.
That's fair.
You do get some odd looks from some of the refugees who are gathered around, but nobody approaches you or anything of note.
Let's make tracks to find this orc, guys.
Let's do it.
I want to ask some information, like from just people around the camp, like where, like if the thing has shown up, like ask them when it has shown up, where it has shown up, if they have any idea
What we're
where the hell
doing.
this thing goes.
Yeah. So everybody roll rumor, and this
Ooh.
will affect basically how quickly this happens.
Can I use my new talent to do that if I'm trying to tell people the story of what we're about to do?
Oh yeah. You have that worldly thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Gives me bonuses to rumor checks if I'm trying to tell a story.
Oh god, I feel
What?
so much for having like 50% chance at most of these.
I don't know if mine went through or not, but if not, I'll refresh again because it doesn't seem to be.
You gotta
Sorry, yes.
remember, it pops up with a little dialogue box to like
Yeah.
submit. I always forget that.
Yeah.
It's just not doing that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I think. Well, I have been doing the thing where I pop out my
Oh, the
pop
character
up.
sheet. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the pop-up will be on Roll20, so no matter where your character sheet is,
Yeah.
the
Yep.
pop-up will be a different page.
Okay.
So I passed mine.
Yeah. So, Lillian is able to pretty rapidly ascertain that. Oh yeah, and Chris helped, or sorry,
Even
Nab helps.
faster.
And yeah, so you basically the five of you split up through the camp and are like, oh, where was the last place anybody saw this orcs? And as you reconvene, it's obvious the most recent story is from a group of refugees that just came in, who Lillian actually speaks to, and they describe how they were not very far, like due north up the river from the estate when they were attacked by the orcs. And so he is operating pretty dang close to the estate. And that was like 2 or 3 days ago when that happened. And so he is in the area for sure, and almost for sure north.
Okay.
All right.
Well, let's get moving.
Yeah, let's start heading north.
Absolutely.
So then
Splinter is ready.
you head north along the river, and it's a a good size, not like Mississippi giant river, but you can see to the other side, but it would be a heck of a swim to ford the river at most of its wide places. As you travel north, you come across an area where it widens and shallows a little bit, and there's like a good amount of muddy riverbank and that sort of area. Who has survival? Is it just Celine?
Yeah,
Probably.
I don't have survival.
Okay,
I
Celine.
don't think that I do either.
Let me look at the other two.
Let me double
Heart-
I
check.
think I'm literally the only one.
Heart might have survival. Is it under willpower or intelligence?
Perception.
Perception.
And teleperception.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
You're looking for tracks and stuff.
Yeah, so you're looking for tracks.
Okay. Roll. Do I get a bonus or anything? Or just-
Yeah, plus 10.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm here to fail. Holy shit, we barely made it. About the
You
plus 10
did
we
it.
want to have.
Yeah, so as you guys come along this part of the river, there's like a little like tributary stream thing that snakes off, and is surrounded by a lot of muddy riverbank where it clearly was a lot higher previously when there's like more rain or whatever. And you find some pretty obvious tracks, and they don't look like anything you've ever seen before.
But it's big.
They're large and deep. Let me make sure I get this right. 4-clawed, what look like bird tracks, but like bigger than any bird you've ever seen. Like if you
This would be an experience.
Yeah, so Celine, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, I'm tracking an enormous chicken.
Yeah.
Do you
A
point
chicken
this out
chaser,
to
a
any
chicken
of us? Chicken chaser.
Yeah, and I assume that Celine is like, oh, look, there's tracks. Because you guys will, I assume, also follow them up the riverbank. And they're pretty obvious in the mud, where they clearly had been traveling along the river to expedite their movement. So they're not going through the brambles or anything. They can just go along the riverbank pretty easily.
As far as the tracks, are they anything I would have seen before?
No, definitely
Okay.
not.
Okay.
All of you are like, sort of, what the fuck are these tracks?
Oh shit! Let's go with the raid.
We got a raid.
Raid!
Yeah.
What? I love
Raid
it.
from L
Hey, thank you,
McK1.
raiders.
Yeah.
Raid.
I fucking love a raid!
Greetings from ELH.
Thank you for
Hell
raiding,
yeah.
ELH. We
Yeah.
are playing Zweihander RPG, which is a tabletop RPG system that is grim and perilous.
Ooh, spooky.
And
Grim.
so our players are currently on the hunt for some kind of orc knight.
We also like peril.
Yes, and so between managing a peasant revolt and a crazy grief-stricken noble, the players have had it cut out for them tonight.
Oh,
Hey,
nice.
yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
We love droning about game mastering. We actually do that a lot when we're not
We
actually
do.
playing. We are Fiends and Friends. We are a gaming collective that plays a lot of stuff and makes a lot of really cool RPG content. There's a link to the Patreon that we have. We also have a Twitter account. We do
Immediately sell yourself.
Well, I mean, it's the most. It's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's the most obvious
No, I
sort of
get you. I
introduction.
get you.
This is America, Nate.
I guess you're right.
So we
Follow us on Twitter if you don't want to jump right
yeah.
into
So
giving us
you don't
money
you don't have to
Exactly.
you don't have to give money, but the Patreon does have links to all the other stuff. And
And
uh
full disclosure, we are just starting out, relatively recently, but
recently
there is a
established.
lot of
Fair enough,
content
fair
coming
enough.
on.
yeah.
He does
And
have a point.
So we do this weekly show every Friday. We play Zweihander RPG. This is episode 11 of this long form campaign we're doing, full of mystery and intrigue. If that sounds cool, you should definitely follow the channel. This is the official Zweihander RPG channel, not any of our personal channels. And so if you follow here,
Thanks, Bubba Lubba, for pointing that out.
yeah, so if you follow us
Appreciate
here,
it.
then you will know when we go live every Friday, as well as you can watch all of the other excellent shows that Zweihander is putting on from a whole bunch of other content creators. So yeah, pretty awesome. Really cool. We love our partnership that we have with Zweihander RPG.
Pretty awesome. It really is.
They're super supportive of everything we do. They made that handy Twitch command that we use. They provided us with books, all kinds of awesome stuff.
Is that
Yeah,
link have-
Zweihander Discord. They're super awesome there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, thank you for joining us.
Oh, hey, there's a button to the Twitter. Cool, yeah.
Yeah, so we
I was
go
wondering if there was a button to the
Cheers,
Twitter on the
mates.
Patreon.
Yeah, we go live every Friday at 9 for Zweihander. And we have a whole bunch of other awesome content coming for the world's largest role-playing game that we can't name or prefer not to name. A bunch of indie RPGs, all kinds of cool stuff. So again, thank you for rating. Stick around if you want. We're getting to a really good part as they are tracking down the mysterious Orcs Knight. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
And
So-
if you don't want to stick
Sandwich
around this time, come join us next week.
Yes, every Friday.
Yes.
9 p.m.
Will always
Central
be
Time.
there.
Yeah, 9 Central.
Always.
Every Friday.
Every Friday, Celine makes her appearance as long as the game master's there.
Ooh, Lancer and Thirsty
are-
Sword Lesbians. We
were
are
just talking about
absolutely.
Oh shit.
I am 100% on board with
Yeah,
Thirsty Sword
we are-
Lesbians.
we-
That is definitely something coming up in the pipeline.
Yeah, we have Thirsty Sword Lesbians. All of us have, or at least looked at it a little bit. Planning to do stuff with that. We've done Lancer stuff before because it's freaking awesome.
I have also
Ryu-
just picked up Quietus, which
Yeah.
is another indie
I want to do
RPG.
Morkborg, which is
Yeah, we
kind
did
of
do
like
And
Morkborg.
weirder.
Yes, I do have
That most recent comment, Ryutama, is amazing. I don't think I've shown you guys that one, but
I
it's
don't think
like
so.
it's got like Final Fantasy old style art.
Oh, wait, no, this is something else. Never mind.
Yeah, it's like the hand painted watercolor, like super evocative art for Ryutama, and it's this really cool system. Would love to do some of that. But yeah, we are huge role play nerds.
nerds. Yeah.
This is what we love to do, and
Yeah,
we
my-
love to share it with everybody. Oh yeah, I
My
should.
big one I got into recently was Shattered. It's some indie one, and I just started reading the lore and the races and stuff, and I fell in love with it.
I want to run Aliens RPG.
Look at this
Yeah.
giant, beautiful book. Lancer is
I'm gonna
amazing.
run some books. I have, yeah, like we said, Thirsty Sword Lesbians definitely upcoming.
Yeah.
And eventually Those Dark Places, if any of you are familiar, I would like to also dig into that at some point.
That's very anime.
Absolutely. Yeah,
That's-
Lancer, I love Lancer and
Oh my
how
God.
anime it is.
Yeah,
That's an
I just
awesome
remember-
story.
I remember like, all right, what do you want to
Barbarossa
roll
Rex.
to walk
Holy
across
shit.
the road with the sniper? It's like, I'm just going to roll cool. It's like, you just sort of meander across the road. The
Yeah.
sniper doesn't know how to deal with it and just kind of misses thinking you would dodge.
Yeah. Yeah, because we played the official their like no room for a wallflower
Dude, that
campaign
Barbarossa
setting
looks
that they released
sick.
with the book. And we played that like way before the Kickstarter even like finished or anything. And had tons of fun with Lancer and that setting. Super awesome. But yeah,
One day we'll go back.
thank
Someday.
you again for joining. Absolutely
Yeah.
follow the channel. You know, we have a show on here. A bunch of other awesome people have shows on here doing all kinds of Zweihander stuff. Hit us up on Twitter. Fiends and Friends is going to be doing all kinds of other RPG stuff. Super glad
Someday I'm gonna force these guys to play Monster Prom with me and do voices.
Yes, Monster Prom on
Yeah,
stream would be
Prom was
super
always
fun. But yeah,
It's fun.
awesome.
That one. I've
All right,
seen
let's
that
find this
one.
orc. Let's
Like the
find this
first
orc.
episode.
Yeah, so the tracks lead up the riverbank and they sort of skirt off into the grass after a while. And it's still easy to follow though cuz it's tracking mud through the grass. And you come upon, give me all of you an awareness plus 10.
Oh, good. So I will still fail. I'm the least aware person.
I cannot roll below
right.
50% to save my life.
Did you make it?
Ooh,
Wow, okay. I'm going to roll
we
for
all
the
suck.
I'm going to roll for the other characters.
Oh Jesus!
This was
This is my life. I roll fucking dick.
That was 3 rolls above 60.
Yeah, you guys are. Have you tried being good at this game?
I think I have rolled below 50%.
Oh, there you go. They
What?
get it. They
tonight.
get a crit fail.
Wow.
They
Okay,
like
heart
that.
crit fails. Excellent. Good job.
Double peril too. Great job.
And then finally we'll have Trish roll. Bum,
We're
bum,
so
bum.
fucked.
You're not
Cody, I want you to know
Oh,
that
there was
I
a
am drinking with you.
Finally.
So,
Saved by the player who's not here. Oh my god.
Thanks, bro.
yeah. So Trish is like, "What is that noise?" And then you all hear just briefly for a second the sound of like a crate being like wrenched open, but it's not super clear over the blowing of the wind and the babbling of the creek and everything. And then there's like a beat of silence, and then out from like a hedgerow bursts this Orc's Knight on an initially you can't identify the creature, the horrible beast that it's riding.
Sick.
So everybody roll resolve. Heart automatically fails because of his critical failure. So I'll roll his.
Oh, Heart, you're gonna go insane.
Oh man!
Did you fail it actually?
I crit failed it. We all suck.
We both barely missed it, Cody.
Good work,
Yeah.
guys.
By 2 points each.
Jesus
So
Christ.
holy hell,
That's a big
19
number.
points of peril. As this horrifying duo
To all of us.
to those who
Nope,
fail.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So it bursts out, and the
You dick.
creature that the orcs is riding, Celine, after a second of terror, you realize that it's a howl bear, which is
howl
not
bear.
an owl bear. But
You
is
actually
very,
fucking did it.
very, very
You used it
similar.
from that fucking picture.
This was from like 7 weeks ago, or even longer than that.
Oh, it's that thing.
It's that
Yes,
thing.
that nightmare
wait.
owlbear thing.
Yeah.
I
so
remember this now.
I think he even said he was gonna
I told
use
you.
it.
I fucking said it. I was like,
love it.
I was
This
like,
is great.
all right, we're rewriting the plans, and then you didn't go to that mission, so now we're here. So
Go do
it
It's just we got
is
pulled away.
for those of you for out of character. It is an owl bear, head of a vicious like great horned owl, body of a muscular, short-haired bear. But this one looks real fucked up. It's like way leaner and longer limbed than, a regular looking owl bear. And if, Shadow Realm owl bear is a good description. And I think that one
That's
actually,
because I found the picture.
yeah, I'm pretty
It's like,
sure.
players, what is the Shadow Realm owlbear? Me, you're undoing. Roll initiative.
Yeah, roll initiative. And I'm pretty sure that
So-
one has a barn owl face instead
God,
of a.
that thing is just fucked.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
it's terrifying and hideous, and it lets out this
And
like
I love it.
shrieking roar as it bounds out of the vegetation with this giant orcs on its back. Lands in front of you with like a physical presence to it. And you see that the orcs riding this howl bear is has sort of mismatched pieces of armor on that it looks like he's collected from my wife is here, collected from fallen enemies, and has an arm on the right side, an additional arm on the right side, and the two muscular hands are grasping a humongous lance that it is brandishing around as if it weighed nothing. Left arm is holding on to the reins of the howl bear, and you all notice that in its forehead there are a series of small witchstone spikes driven into its scalp. And so it lands in front of you, terrifying the shit out of all of you.
Except for
Did you-
Chris.
Did you
Except for-
take 2, Celine?
Yeah, I took 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have a
would've-
question. Is Heart conscious?
Yes, he's still conscious.
I was gonna say, because if it's
He's at
mental, isn't
ignore
it
2,
double?
right?
It's not double, it's one more.
One, okay,
is
one
he at
more.
ignore 2 or ignore 3?
He's at,
Probably 3.
let's see, what is his...
Because that was actually fairly close to my next threshold. Like,
So he's at ignore 2. because
Okay,
his
so
Oh,
he takes
okay.
yeah
2 more, he passes out
yeah. So
Yeah.
of fear.
his third threshold is 19, so it didn't exceed his third one.
Okay.
So yeah, so Heart is horrified. The rest of you are very scared. Why is that doing that?
Yeah, I managed to only take 1 because of my
Yeah,
mental
because your thing
fortitude.
reduces it.
Yeah.
And
Because it reduces it by
and
1.
Nabeen girds her loins atop Laughing Midnight, ready
one who's seen
for
the
what is to
least.
come.
Jesus.
Let me
It's
check
ready, she's
in.
like, well, I can leave. So.
Yeah, let me check in with my wife real quick.
Oh my.
While
Not
you do
now.
that, I'm going to go pee.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh hell.
This is our GM's fault. I want everybody watching
You
to
guys
know
go
it's his
potty.
and his wife's
You guys
fault.
go potty. I'll talk to my wife for a second.
Hunter's sitting there. He'd hear me if I left a secret message for him. That's a shame.
I have a really crazy idea that we might use. Like a
Dad.
really crazy idea.
Aren't you supposed to like talk to him and be like, "Hey, we got a deal for
I'm
you"?
gonna talk to him,
Okay.
but I have another idea that is really crazy.
Oh God. Don't get me killed.
No. It's not like a thing that I think would amount to like a negative consequence, but maybe could give us a really good benefit,
Mm-hmm.
but also is just like kind of wild.
Look, man, all I'm saying is I didn't get to prepare for this fight. My damage threshold is shit right now.
Mm-hmm.
I need my +3.
Well, you can't have it.
Oh no. It's only 6 otherwise.
What was I gonna look at? Oh, that's right. I was gonna look at my direct messages with Hunter.
Yeah. I'm Hunter. I love my wife like a nerd. Ha!
I mean, I would also love my wife like a nerd. Shut the
Fucking nerds.
Listen, you're a fucking nerd.
I
And if
am.
you had a wife that you weren't marrying purely for convenience or some shit like that, like, you'd probably love her like a fucking nerd.
Are you guys making fun of me for talking to my wife?
Yes, I am.
No, no.
Me.
Gosh.
It's literally
Nate is.
me.
I am the wife guy GM. Sorry.
I don't know if I would
Yes.
call him a wife guy.
Here, you should.
I don't think he's a
around.
wife guy.
Let the audience see you for a second.
Oh God! Don't do
I've
it, Rhiannon.
never
It's a
seen-
trap.
No,
Camera's
do
right
it,
here.
because I've never seen you.
This is my wife. Her name's
You look
Rhiannon.
so much like my friend Gretchen. You're
She's pretty.
gorgeous.
Look at her.
Yeah.
Oh God!
She's the eye candy. Keeps all the
Yeah.
people around.
Yeah.
I
So
like it.
if you ever tune in,
hairstyle, Hunters.
if you ever tune in for future episodes, we'll make a command for summon the wife or something like that.
Jesus Christ!
I'll go and
I'm
grab
super
her.
into it. I'm not gonna lie.
How's that sound?
I cast the spell proof of waifu.
Proof of
Every time,
wife.
every time we get a new Patreon subscriber,
there
we'll
you
bring
go.
the wife in.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So
If we
every
set up $1,000 donation, we might be able
Yeah.
to get my girlfriend on camera.
Yeah.
Oh
Jesus.
shit.
Cody's girlfriend has some kind of soul condition that if she's like photographed or videoed, it like takes a portion of her soul.
I think there's probably gonna be one day where I accidentally see like a photo or a video.
She'll
and
just
it's gonna
cease
be,
to
like,
exist.
She won't have a face or something, and I'll be like, "It's a changeling."
Yeah.
Jesus.
Listen.
She warned me.
I did not, I did not see her face that time when I was like, tell Lissa I also want a popsicle.
Yeah.
So
You will
watch
never
yourself,
see her
my
face.
friend. Even in person, like when I met her in person, I was like, Slender Man, is that you?
Every time.
I
the picture's
render
taken.
less efficiently. I love that.
Okay.
Just less polygons.
I am on a Family Guy roll tonight. She said popsicle, and all I could think of was Herbert for Family Guy.
Oh no! Please.
Uh-oh.
I can have some
Um,
popsicles in the basement.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the orc's knight
Oh, Family Guy.
strikes an imposing pose. Imposing pose? That sounds weird that I say it out
Were we
loud.
talking like a Sentai hero pose?
No, like he has his
Damn it.
lance aloft with both of his right arms, and he sort of like steers the howl bear so that it's like kind of facing you, but in like a pounce position.
So he actually has 3 arms.
He does.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
yeah. So he has
Just making
he has
sure.
2 right arms and 1 left arm.
Okay.
And the 2 right arms are for wielding the lance effectively.
I see.
And yeah, so he regards the 5 of you with intelligent looking eyes, and he says,
Right.
"Who ventures out to challenge me?" And is that where we should call it for tonight, or should we keep going?
I want to try and get him back to the base first.
I want to at least have the conversation since.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Since Cody is going to be gone for the next month,
Oh,
we
yeah,
will-
yeah,
we
we
will-
need Cody for this.
yeah, that's fair.
And you guys know what I want to do if this all goes awry. Anyway, so.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah. So
we do.
I'm going to introduce my name and say I'm Lillian of House Eldora, and these are my compatriots of the Scarlet Sash bearers. We've come here to issue to you
Jesus.
a challenge to your honor and a request to seek justice at the fortress.
And he advances the howl bear a step towards you.
I
Look-
stand my ground.
Yeah, looking down at you. And he says, "You have not yet earned an audience with me."
And what would that take?
And he'll dismount the howl bear, and he lands with like an audible like thump on the ground. And he's like probably like 7 feet tall, just a big chonkin boy. And
He's like 3 times your height.
He's coming!
yeah. And so he issues a command to the howl bear, but it's not like a spoken word. It's like a chittering clicking noise that he makes with his mouth. And it immediately like sort of like turns a half circle and sits down like a dog would sit. Cuz
Can I do something similar with Laughing Midnight?
yeah, if you want to dismount
Shitter.
as well.
Yeah.
Your horse.
And I'll do like a series of tongue clicks, like
Yeah.
I don't know if my mic's gonna pick that up, but
Yeah, we heard it.
cool.
Yeah, and so his mount sits like like a canine mammal would sit, sort of on its hind legs, very much unlike what a horse would do in like a resting position or whatever.
I love it already, even though it's traumatized.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he looks at Celine and he says, "To earn an audience with me, you simply must land a single blow." he readies, and he has a very interesting like fighting stance, because it's the two right hands on the lance sort of forward, and then just the left hand to the back, and he basically squares up with you.
Celine's gonna be like, what kind of blow we talking here? Like, can it be anything? Can I just hit you in any way, shape, or form?
I was thinking
And-
the same.
Yeah, and he kind of looks at Celine, and he
I
says,
fight different.
yeah, and he says, every individual must earn an audience.
I would like to turn and shoot Trish. Like,
What? You're just gonna shoot Trish?
You're gonna
Yep.
land a. I think pretty sure he means land a blow on him.
he did not specify, and so I'm going to take the chance.
Yeah, I think he did. I did say land a blow on me.
No, you did not.
I
Like,
think
just
we
like-
can
Oh,
retroactively allow
fine.
him to say that.
So
You
So
can
you
shoot-
don't murder a non-present party member.
You could shoot
Yes.
Trish. I
No,
mean,
it's fine. God, ruin
If
my
we're gonna
fun.
shoot Trish, we just want to make sure she's here to be shot.
yeah.
Alright, so
No.
Celine just kind of look at him. Okay, I'll take you up on your challenge. Just one hit. That's all I need.
And
Does that have to hurt? Just gotta hit you. I'm pretty sure it would, but
and so he will undo his fighting stance in front of Lillian, and like take a giant sidestep to be in front of Celine, and he readies himself again.
okay. So is he letting me go first?
No, you will roll initiative.
Okay, that's fine. I can at least survive one blow. So.
Okay, so roll initiative.
Okay. God.
It's just the D10.
Yep.
One roll.
Oh yeah.
Good. Ooh, there you go. So
Ooh,
there's not even
yeah.
a second
All right.
there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with the 8, I was basically going to beat him because I got a 19.
If we have 5 people gaining an audience with this guy,
Yeah.
does that mean that we're just gonna kill him? Unless I guess he has really good armor.
I mean,
Well, he didn't
I'm doing
say
this.
that, basically it's earning the right of like the conversation. So like whoever wants to talk to him has to do it, but not everybody has to do it.
Sure.
yeah, you can just translate through me basically. Selena
I
will
mean,
get
I'm
the point.
happy to do it.
Okay,
So,
yes.
So I go first.
Yeah.
Magic missile guaranteed hit.
So you
I knew he was gonna do that.
yeah, so you
Right?
go down to what? Ignore
No,
3,
just go
ignore
right.
2. Yeah.
Yes.
So
So she's like, all right, magic missile.
So already shaken by the appearance of these two monsters, you channel some of your like very stamina into firing this single magic missile, and you guys like make eye contact, and he's like in the process of lunging this lance that is like twice your size, and you like fire off this magic missile, blast him straight. Is that the damage?
That's the deal.
That's a good hit.
Almost rolled nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. So you fire the magic missile, catches him square in the chest, and sort of blasts him back like out of his lunging attack. And he like takes a step back and stands up tall with like the lance held to the side, and he looks at you kind of quizzically, and he's like, "You have earned your audience."
She will like kind of give him like a bow.
And he bows back, and you see the glistening witchstone crystals embedded in his bald skull.
And I just kind of look back and forth between Celine and the orcs.
guy.
And the like,
Guys.
I'm
yeah.
gonna try and bang this orc.
I mean,
She's been trying when she's had the chance, but
Yeah.
I don't think she's got time for that.
yeah. As
Hey,
in
hey,
He's
Not
probably
with
also
that
not-
attitude.
Yeah.
In
knows?
terms of all of the orcs you've
Celine.
seen,
Exactly.
he's definitely the most attractive in the sort of
Shit.
like
See, now you've made it so Celine really wants
Yeah.
to.
He's
If only you
still-
had 3 boobs.
yeah, he's still like face is like porcine, kind of piggish with tusks and stuff like that. Neck and shoulders are like bristly boar hair and stuff
He's
like that.
bristly looking though, and that's what matters.
Yeah, that is kind of Celine's type, so I mean, I can understand.
I say you go for it, girl. Get it.
I realized today as we were playing, like, holy shit,
She has
got
a
the
type.
grizzled ones with Celine.
Yeah.
Just didn't even think about it. So okay, so she's like, cool. What's your name? I'm Celine Herzog, the Unpredictable.
My name is Welker. I am a knight.
Yes, you are. That is great. You're awesome.
What
Cool.
what brings you into my territory?
So there's some punk ass bitches who are afraid of you hiding in some fortress, and they want to have honorable combat with you. Well, the son of like the Lord does or whatever, some shit, and they want to do it in like their fortress.
I love how the sentence starts. So there's some punk ass bitches.
Not inaccurate.
Yeah.
It pissed me off.
But
But you stop caring.
and he kind of looks at you a little confused, and he's like, I've defeated many in honorable combat. I don't quite. Who is challenging me now?
It is, what the fuck was his name?
Alani.
Polani.
Polani, son of the Lord of the Manor or whatever.
And he doesn't even like perceive anything that anybody else is saying besides Celine. Like very obviously just like tuning out everybody else.
Fine. If they say anything, Celine can, like, if she deems it like important, Celine can translate, because she's not great with words and she knows it.
Yeah.
So
And
she knew immediately. So
As a knight, who does he serve?
how does he what?
Yeah. Who does
Who
he
does
serve?
he
Oh.
serve?
You have to be a knight of
was he
someone.
I'll ask that in a second, but was he gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna nothing important.
Okay, so he just didn't know what to think of the challenge. Okay, so so as a knight, who do you serve?
I have my responsibility to my brood, and he gestures to the monster sitting politely behind him. He says, "Oh, what the fuck is happening?"
Just-
Wow, what
That
a
was-
weird personality.
That was weird.
Holy
Um,
shit, what the fuck? That's not the mount I had
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, it's like that's not my
I had
horse.
a normal horse a second ago.
So he's like, I have my companion and many more like it that require a great deal of care.
Celine,
How many more like it?
There is this one, the only adult, and there are 3 other juveniles that I must care for. They were a cherished gift.
Celine, would you ask if I might approach?
My companion wishes to approach your mount. She is a big fan, and she'll like gesture towards the pony of animals and mounts as well.
And he looks
And I'll bow and kind of kneel as
and
well in deference.
and you can see him like considering, which is like a very strange expression on an orc's face. And he's like, "You may approach."
And I will do that. And while as I'm walking forward, I want to ask, is there any sort of foods that you would prefer? I'd like to give it a treat. remit something. How can I be like? She's just in awe
Yep.
of.
And he will completely ignore you and address Celine and says, if your companion wants
like
an
this guy.
audience, she must earn it.
Okay. Okay. Is there a treat or anything it likes that?
And he will say they eat anything. They eat
Anything.
a lot
Okay.
of anything.
Okay, and Celine will just be like, "It'll eat anything." So just like act, even though she can understand, Celine is very clearly like.
Yeah.
So,
I'll I and this is a big assumption, I guess. I assume that I have like some apples and such.
Yeah,
you
would
know,
have
in my pack.
provisions for your pony.
it is indeed his. And
Yeah.
It's a great amount.
I would like to offer it an apple.
It ignores you.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's
I want
hurtful.
to earn an audience.
And if you say that out loud, he will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
he.
do. I want to earn an audience.
Yeah. So he comes over to you and he takes that odd fighting pose again. And roll initiative. I almost rolled a d20. That would be cheating.
Excellent. Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So he goes first.
Have fun,
You don't
Cody.
know what's his initiative bonus?
So, what is your total initiative?
10.
Okay, so he goes first. And he again it's very similar to what Celine experienced. Of course, you don't have the benefit of launching a quick shot magic missile.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, so he lunges back with this lance in the two hands and thrusts it just like superhumanly fast towards you. You are able to sidestep it at the last second before, having your good leg skewered through. And so now you are able to counterattack.
I'm going to do a cold shot.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm also going to aim for one as well and leave myself exposed.
Okay.
I'm going to try and do it in one.
I believe in you. It's a gamble.
Oh,
You
shit.
an
She
89?
She won't punish you.
Jesus
We roll like
Christ.
dickheads.
What are these rules?
You do have
We have
fortune.
literally had
I am
one
listening to fortune.
success.
This is absolute horseshit.
Yeah, it's been garbage.
It has been a rough night for rolls.
For real.
There
we
you
go.
go.
Did it.
This guy's getting roughed up.
Yeah, we're not gonna have that.
You're gonna unroll it?
No, sorry, it's in the
Oh, did someone say something?
yeah. So, okay, I see. That's a little better. I thought maybe you were being unkind.
Unkind. How dare you?
Yeah, so you
I mean, to be fair, I don't want unkind people.
Yeah,
I support that.
So you
No, I'm just
barely sidestep the blurred point of this lance and come around with your two axes and just swing 2 hits. And you do hit him, and the blows feel solid against his armor.
Mhm.
But there's not any like, you don't, it's not like a bleeding injury or anything. And so he steps back and again takes that pose with holding the lance like skyward and takes stock of you and says, "You have earned an audience."
Goddamn, I forgot what he last said before Nabeen went up to the mount because I wanted to ask about it. Fucking shit.
Sorry, Nate.
No, you're fine.
You were talking about how many owl bears he had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he said
some-
the 1 adult and 3 juvenile.
3.
Yeah.
And he said that they were a cherished gift.
Oh yeah, were they like a cherished gift from the shadows?
And he like whips his head towards you and he says, "What do you know of the shadows?"
Well, I don't know how much you get along with your brothers and sisters, but we've encountered Korna and another one. I don't think we ever got
I
its
never
name.
got his name, no.
Yeah, he
And-
was.
And
kinda
there's
off his
again
rocker.
a very like quizzical look on his face, which is very again weird to see an orc have this like range of emotion or whatever.
Mhm.
And he's like, the others from the doctor's castle
Yeah.
survived.
Korna did. We managed to talk with her, and she left peacefully. The spider one, yeah, best I can explain is he got turned into a spider by the shadows, and he tried to kill us, and it didn't go well, and we ended up like having to take him down. So.
And he like kind of like searches his emotions in a weird way. He's like, I don't know any of my brothers or sisters that were spiders, but Korna.
It was a gift from the shadows. I'm pretty sure.
So the shadows have spoken to the others?
Yeah, was it Korna? Is what I've got her name written as.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got special sight from the shadows, and she could see magic all the time, basically.
I didn't even know that there were others.
Yes, as you're probably aware, you're very special.
And he is sort of like contemplating. He's like, well, what does this mean?
That is the $1 million question. We're not sure.
What is
We're
a
trying
dollar?
to figure that out.
I'm just kidding.
What is a dollar? The million
Gold
copper
coin
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the million copper. I like that.
Oh, that's good. I do like
Uh,
that.
How much is a million
As-
copper? That actually is like $100.
Yeah. As they're kind of talking about this, I assume that I am listening in and able to hear these things.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Can I?
You're there. He's just ignoring
Yeah. Can I do any sort of sneak attack to earn an audience?
you. You could try.
Yeah.
Um,
How? Tell me how I would do that, because this is would be my first combat encounter.
Yeah, if you wanted to just roll, I don't know if you have your weapon like put into your character sheet.
I believe I do.
Because
It's under trappings, right?
yeah, so
Yeah.
if you do, you can click that, and it
Something
should
under
Okay.
just
Sweet.
do all of it.
Cool. Any sort of modifier or anything?
So what are you doing?
I'm just going to try to just like I'm here by its mount, and I'm listening to this. I'm hearing all of this, and I just want to turn around and just shoot him.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that without just like a normal.
Oh, man.
Okay. Oh Jesus! Fuck my life!
This
It's even
is-
worse. She has one of the
Oh,
weapons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So this is extremely bad.
Yeah.
Um,
You think?
in terms of like things that can go bad, this is on par with Celine setting herself on fire.
I'm gonna
Um,
die. Nice
So,
knowing you guys.
let me look real quick. There is something that I need
Fuck.
to look up. This
We
is
never got a heavy blanket. I meant
this
to.
is this is the first time that anybody's gun has exploded in their hand.
This
So
is the
I-
first
really
time
like
she
shot
shot
a
it
gun.
too.
yeah.
Right?
No, it's the second time because
Oh,
there
yeah,
was
that
the,
one.
I was showing off for those kids.
Oh, right. This is the second time you fired your gun, it exploded.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow,
So
we are
let's
just
see.
on a roll tonight, guys.
Wow.
Let's see.
Hope all these numbers carry over to tomorrow's combat.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck you.
Let's see.
Womp womp
Flintlock
indeed.
pistol is volatile. Okay, I need you to roll a
Yep.
d6.
No, I don't want to. Okay, hang
Please?
on. Okay, just for you. Just a flat D6?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Four.
It's not the 6. I believe the 6 was really bad.
I could spend one of my misfortune points to make it a 6.
Hunter, could I spend one of my fortune points to make it not a 6?
You cannot. I just to reiterate how bad it could be. I could spend the fortune point, make the gun blow up in your hand, and it deals like a fuck ton of damage to you.
Yeah.
So instead, I will not do that.
Noob.
Yeah, so I'm being nice. So your gun, you pull the
Nice,
trigger
yeah.
at his back, and the very like nature of honor and deceit causes the gun to misfire. And so it kind of like sputters and sparks in your hand, and all you hear from behind you is sort of the flexing of muscle and the like whoosh of giant paws coming down on your body and
I
like
can respect that.
pinning you to the ground in an extremely like rough and heavy crushing motion. And you take, let me look at this. You take 13 points of damage as the Howl Bear, in a blink of an eye, rears up and flattens you against the ground with its front paws.
I can respect that. I have a stupid question. Where the fuck are my hit points?
So you have a damage threshold, which
Talents
is
and trappings.
in
Okay.
talents and trappings. So there's going to be a big box with a number in it.
Okay.
Probably around 7-ish.
Yeah, it should be on the right side.
Yeah, down a little ways.
Down a little way.
Beneath dodge and parry.
Yeah. 6.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, so it is taking into account your armor. Okay. Yeah, so you see the smaller box that says 12?
Yeah.
That is your damage threshold plus 2, and so the 13 points of damage exceeds 2 of your damage thresholds, and so you go from
Seriously wounded.
no, actually you just go to moderately wounded.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. How is that 2?
So you start at unharmed, then you would fill
Right.
in the lightly wounded, and then you would
Right.
fill in the moderately wounded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
And so
I'm dumb.
you actually do need to also roll a d6 real quick.
Ooh.
No, I don't wanna.
It'll be fine, probably.
It probably won't. Not
Okay.
the way we've been rolling
Yeah.
tonight.
So again, I could also set this one to 6 and cause you to take a moderate injury, which would be some kind
Why
of
do you
semi-permanent, physical
just
wound.
remember that tomorrow Zani
Yeah.
knows Tawny?
She's threatening me.
Up!
Jesus.
She's threatening me in another universe. This isn't fair.
Oh, Jesus.
I can do the same thing. I'm the god of that universe.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so that
Okay.
went poorly for you, unfortunately.
Yes, it did.
Does the night even look?
Yeah,
So-
so he will turn slowly and like walk over, and he like takes a knee down to like like right where you're pinned against the ground by this giant monster, and he looks at you and he says, "If you'd like an audience, you'll have to earn it."
And I'm just gonna kind of cough up a little blood and being like, I like your mouth. And then I'm just gonna spit at him.
And
Oh my god.
and he will stand up and turn back towards the two that he's been talking to, and the mount just holds you to the ground for
That's
this.
fine.
Celine's like, if you want to smack her, go for it. She kind of deserves it at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, unfortunately.
Because that was a very dirty
And you
trick.
just see, like, just underneath, like, barely coming out from under the mount's paws, you just see
The middle finger.
It's smaller than a pencil.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's hilarious. That could have been so much worse too. Like, dear
Yeah,
God.
for
That
sure.
could have fucked.
You
Like,
could have blown up.
you take
Could have taken an
Yeah.
injury.
it's so much damage when the gun explodes in your hand. It's ridiculous.
Thank you for not
Yeah.
killing my very first character.
Yeah, which is
in
right off
its
the-
very first, yeah.
The gun blows up your hand. You get smashed into the ground, and you're dead. Sorry. You do still have fate points, so you do have your get out of death free points.
That's true. I have two
But yeah.
of them.
Yeah. So he turns back to Lillian and Celine, and he says, "This is the first that I've heard of any of the other of the doctor's orcs, and especially anyone knowing of the shadows."
Mm-hmm.
The shadows
Yeah.
have a special interest in your family, as it were.
It would seem so from what you say. I remember Corna from back at the castle and the others, but it's been a long time. When the sky broke, there was chaos and violence, and we escaped. I thought everybody else had died, and then the shadows visited me, and here I am now.
Mm-hmm.
So Welker, go ahead, Celine.
Do you remember much about your times at the doctor? Corna didn't remember much.
I remember living together, but not like living out here. Living in small rooms with others like you, and other orcs, but we never together.
Oh,
It was
shit.
it was us, and they would visit and do things and test us. But no, it was not like this. This is much more living.
Did
Mhm,
they
definitely.
put the stones in your head?
And he
Shadows,
he
I
like
assume.
subconsciously like kind of touches them. And he says, "No, those are from the shadows."
That's what I thought.
So, did the shadows ask for anything in return for the things they did for you?
All they want is for me to care for my brood.
They
Shit.
are impressive creatures.
And he will
Mhm.
regard his halberd like holding the bean to the ground.
It's probably super cute if it wasn't so
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah, and it's just like
And Nab is like literally just like softly stroking its
You're like,
paw.
"Aw, thanks."
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so cute. I
Um,
do the same thing with a big dog on.
yeah.
Exactly.
And he's like, "It's the greatest gift that I've ever received. I am filled with purpose to care for and protect them."
So, and this is asking a lot, but would you be willing to take your brood elsewhere from this area? Like, I don't know, farther north or something at
And-
all? Would you consider it?
And he looks at you And how does he respond? So he's gonna say,
She's not like telling it, just like, would you
Yeah.
ever, like, would you consider moving?
moving any great distance is dangerous. Ever since the sky broke.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm hard pressed even here with all of this abundance to keep them cared for and fed and to fight off those who would do us harm.
And I make an animal handling check to see if it will like let me up.
Yes.
And okay. Oh, this is gonna
Crit
go
fail.
poorly too. Yeah.
Just crushes
Yeah,
you again.
right? I'm like, eh.
Another 100.
Oh my.
God. The cock tease.
Yeah. So you're like kind of like squirming and like maybe trying to like move a giant taloned finger, and it just
Holy
doesn't budge.
shit.
And yeah, so he looks at the two of you and the other two who are silently standing like statues. And
Forgot about
them.
Yeah, they do that.
yeah, it's
They have
kind of
problems.
weird.
One only ever says his fucking name.
He's a Pokemon.
I say as I'm coughing up blood.
Yeah. And he'll say this area is full of people looking for me and wanting to kill my brood, and it's, if I were to even for a second let my guard down to try and move them from where they are, I fear the worst.
Welker,
Well-
I have to ask you a question because there are a lot of accounts, and I understand that hysteria is a thing in times like these. Have you attacked any groups of people who have not agreed to engage in a duel with you, people that you approached?
I have approached many groups and demanded a duel for the provisions that they had.
And if they refuse the duel?
Then I am forced to take what I need.
Too much for honor.
So by force, do you mean you strike them down, or you chase them off and then take their goods, or?
I take what I need to keep my brood alive, and if they try to stop me after I offered to duel for it, I am forced to dispatch whoever or whatever gets in my way.
Okay.
And that
Very much a lover.
Nab is absolutely on the same page with that. So she'd be like, I like to end my audience now. and coughs up a little bit of blood.
She's
Do
gonna
you have a
die.
weapon to fight with?
She has a sword.
That's-
Yeah.
I have a sword.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? Do you have a decent chance to hit with your sword?
Let's
Is it-
find out.
Does she
Yeah.
have reduced with like melee weapons or something?
Well, yeah, she's
No.
gonna have
No.
minus skill ranks.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
well no, she's not, I guess no, she's not imperiled. She
Oh,
survived
no,
the peril
no.
check.
Posture.
I'm
Oh,
moderately
right, the health
wounded.
doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Do your posture, losers.
Posture check.
My posture
Yeah.
is good.
Is it though? Is it?
Yeah, so I will say that if you want to,
Yes.
you could have someone bandage you real quick and see if that improves your state. Or you can just go for it with it would be martial melee is the skill, using your saber. You can ask for an audience.
Don't die.
I would like to do the bandaging. If they will not help, I will do it myself.
so
I'll
because
heal you.
Yeah, so he allows Lillian to apply bandages to your crush wounds.
And at moderate, that's a +0.
Yeah, so it's a flat heal.
We always got drugs.
I'm good at this.
Yeah, so
Good job.
Welker again signals the animal non-verbally, but with like a noise, and it lets you up. Lillian comes over and applies some bandages to the scrapes and cuts that you received in the crushing. And then Welker squares up with you, lance in 2 hands, and you roll initiative, which is a D10.
okay. Before I do that, does my damage condition
so you go
change
up
at all?
1. So you will
Up
now
1?
be lightly wounded.
Lightly.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And so
Can
then
I roll initiative to give her the words?
inspiring words. Or
just roll the check?
yeah, you can just roll the check. Cuz you'll
Like
just
to
be
a
like
part of it.
you can do it.
Yeah.
So what is your total initiative? Cuz on your character sheet it's going to be near the damage threshold.
Interesting.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Man, stop. You're being a dick.
Which
Grab him in the junk.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Grab his dick.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
twist it.
Grab his dick and twist it.
takes what, 7 pounds of pressure? I can do that.
Yeah, something like that. So your total initiative, it's kind of unintuitive where it is. So you see right below where it says talents and trappings, and there's like those little arrows.
Yep.
There's encumbrance limit, and then there's initiative.
Yep.
So it's that box to the left.
9.
Yeah, so 9 plus 3
So 12.
is 12. So he does go first.
Holy shit. That guy's almost as fast as me with my chaos
Even-
ranks.
Even with the inspiring words?
So the
Inspiring words will give you a bonus to your damage threshold.
Yeah.
Okay,
For this
okay.
fight,
Yeah.
you have a +1 to basically all your damage thresholds.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
Do I
damage and
get some
peril.
peril back from this if he's doing expiring?
Oh
words?
yeah,
Expiring
fine,
words.
Hell yeah.
Your
fine.
gore.
Expiring words.
Yeah.
I'll say,
Alright.
watch your left, Nabby's quick.
Yeah, and so he is quick. Yeah, so
Oh.
you are trying to think. You would not be allowed to parry this because
Okay.
he is going first, and so you don't have action points yet.
Baby.
So he.
So it's kind of like a surprise round.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, but it always happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
First person,
Okay.
like in order of
get it.
initiative, you gain.
Yeah.
You always
AP.
gain
Yeah.
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 Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. So he. Where's my dice? He
This is gonna
hits
hurt.
you.
Yeah.
A lot.
For 15 points of damage
Jesus.
as he.
So with the +1, does that keep you from going to 2?
Oh.
Let's look.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't think so, because she
Alright.
was at 12. She'd be at
This will-
13.
Yeah, this will take me a while to kind of really
Yeah.
catch
There's
on
a lot
to.
of numbers
Fine.
here. So
Yeah.
so you see that damage threshold box in the lower right?
Yep.
So the
Yep.
6 is your first one. The
Right.
12 is your second one, and the 18 is the
Mhm.
third one. So this will expire 2 points of your damage threshold, right?
So I'm now seriously.
So you're
wounded.
now seriously wounded.
So how much did she take?
15.
15. Okay.
I just want you guys to point out, if we have to fight again later, we're in serious trouble.
you're right.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
because there's a very real chance that I'm gonna die here.
with the inspiring
fate
words,
point, yeah.
your thresholds would be 7, 13, 19,
Okay,
20, 25.
got it.
So she's still taking 2, but
Yeah, so roll. I need you to roll 1d6 and then 2d6.
1d6.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, so that's a moderate injury.
That's the worst.
And that's also a serious injury.
oh shit.
All right,
Well-
so let's figure out how exactly
Nab
this
liked
happens.
you guys, but she didn't want you to know that. But
You're not
she
dead.
did.
You won't die.
Yeah, you won't die. You've got
You're
fate,
gonna be
2 fate
pretty
points,
brutally
Yeah.
maimed.
Yeah.
True.
Let's see here.
So Celine's just gonna sigh at all this happening. She's
How?
like, why didn't people just let me talk?
How is that not earning an audience?
Because
You haven't hit him yet.
You're not good enough.
Yeah. So you will get a chance to hit him, and you can roll your attack now while I'm looking this up.
Okay.
Because I always forget where this table is.
Combat actions are on 242. I recommend looking them over.
Wow.
God.
You are just cursed.
Fuck my
You
life.
are cursed
Yeah.
today.
This
Yep.
is fucked.
This actually goes along really well with the day that I had in real life. So.
Oh,
yeah.
good. I'm glad that also pretend can
Mm.
suck.
Yep.
Celine's just gonna lean over and be like, "Do we want to ask him to stop?"
We probably should.
Where?
I
Concede.
just
Concede.
want to be like, dude, I just want to help you. Fucking help your charges, you dick.
Concede defeat, Nab. Concede
We
defeat.
could already talk to him. If you have questions, you could have us ask him. He doesn't mind.
But the thing is Nab is a very, not
Well,
honor bound necessarily, but it is a thing that matters to her. Honor matters.
Don't be an idiot. You're gonna die.
Concede defeat, because if you try and do that and he hits you again, you will die.
Well, she'll spend a
Fine.
fate point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that. But like us talking, we're like, you're going to die.
And
Like,
who knows if who knows if he'll even stop? But
yeah, he may not stop.
And she's just like coughing blood again.
Well, yeah,
and,
I'm trying to find this stupid table that's in the game master
I
section.
know you.
It's way the fuck down there. I
Okay,
stumbled across
yeah.
it once.
Moderate injury. Roll a D100.
No, I don't want to.
Too late.
I want
Done
to.
fucked up.
Can I roll my real dice instead of the roll 20 dice that have
96.
betrayed me horribly?
Hey, this is another serious injury. All right, roll.
Yeah.
Roll a D100 again.
you
Eat
have
a
2
dick,
serious
Hunter.
injuries.
Oh my god.
52.
There you go. Let's all go grievous.
Okay, now roll D100 again, because this
I'm
will
using
determine.
real dice from now on.
Yeah, this will. So
There you
5.
go.
Hey, so you only got 1 serious injury, which
Only
is
one.
which is shell shock. So he,
Shell shock.
knowing your maybe slightly underhanded tactics, he rears back the lance, as you have seen before, twice now in terms of this like trial by combat, and feints a thrust and brings his left arm around and just a straight arm punch directly into your face and lays you out on the ground, just flat on your back.
Oh, that's beautiful. I
As
love it.
you are concussed by the force of the blow, blood pouring from your nose as you fall to the ground.
Yeah, and you just see this not just a halfling who is small by,
yeah, like a
any
literal
standards.
child that he just
Yeah, I am a
Oh,
child-sized
shit.
halfling.
Yeah.
just goes flying.
Yeah.
Like, this punch like sends me like
Yeah.
6-7
Nabbing,
feet.
you fool.
Yeah, so he just waylays you with his left fist, and you feel your teeth clack together, and your vision and spins and blurs as the blow just rocks your entire world. And so until that is dealt with, you cannot roll a d6 to increase
Christ.
your damage when you attack. So
Okay.
you
Oh shit! You just have the base damage.
Yeah, so you
bro.
will-
Should I just
You
shoot
literally-
him again? No,
You don't have a gun.
I
Yeah.
know.
yeah. Yeah, so your gun will need to be cleaned and
No, I
unstopped.
know.
Um
I know.
but yeah, so you
I'm still gonna like raise it like weakly
Yeah,
and
like,
just like
you son of a bitch.
yeah.
So I'll screenshot this and I'll put it in the
Concede.
Discord just so that you can have a
Cool.
nice little reminder. But yeah, so you have suffered the injury shell shock, which
Yeah.
is a serious injury. So
Even with the gun like Ray, Celine is gonna pipe up. Well, Car, you clearly won. She could maybe go on, but she's gonna die if she's gonna be this stupid.
yeah, and so he will again sort of almost
Not
like
stupid, it's honorable.
it's honorable. He will
Self-sacrifice for the goal of a conversation.
yeah,
Yeah.
he will
Which
again
we already have.
assume
Sorry.
the two arm lance to the sky pose, and just continue completely ignoring Nabeen on the ground.
Thank you, Welcar. Your honor is God damn it, I can't think of it.
Intact,
And not what I was going-
unassailable.
Your honor is unwavering or something
Yeah,
like
sure.
that. He is very honorable. So.
Well, Welker, I can swear this with the utmost honesty. We want nothing but the best for your brood. Despite their frightening visage, they're clearly very capable and intelligent creatures. But your actions of compelled duels for property and your fatal killings of refugees is illegal in the laws of the lands, and therefore, in order to maintain your honor, you will have to face justice in a trial by combat.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah, roll. So charm is probably the best.
Okay.
With a plus 20.
That was well worded,
yeah,
Cody.
for the angle
Yeah.
and the
Yeah, that
and-
was really well done.
yeah.
Are we distinct social classes or not? I think you would be
no.
hard pressed to convince me that me and an orc wandering the woods are the same social class.
I would say in this situation, you are on even footing in terms of like social pressure and stuff like that.
Sure.
Because that would also put you at like a 95% success.
Yeah, I
chance.
know.
so
That's
does
why I
he.
wanted it.
I know. So I'm just saying,
You
like,
see, Pulse Hunter has not been great.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
finally. I almost had shit myself. I almost thought that was a 90.
Imagine you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. So he looks at you, and he says, I understand that even though I'm doing what I have to do to protect myself and my brood, and keep us living out here, I have done wrong. And I accept whatever lord this is who claims to have jurisdiction over this land. I will acquiesce to his demands, and if I am to triumph, I will make my own counter demands.
I see no problem with that.
How soon do we want to go back?
Um,
I think we also need to have a private meeting.
oh, it's just us?
Yeah, like soon. It doesn't have to be immediately, but after we kind
Sure.
of get some things set straight with him. But
Yeah, absolutely. And we will do our best to ensure that the combat is as equitable and honorable as possible.
And he says, I will absolutely hold you to that promise.
And as they're all going through this, Laughing Midnight kind of just
Totters over.
saunters over. Yeah,
just like
and is like
licking the blood
nuzzling,
off your face.
like, yeah, exactly.
Yep, I love that.
I actually want to.
Are you gonna vow fealty him?
I was gonna ask him to make a vow of fealty.
He
to
will.
me.
He will absolutely accept.
oh yeah, you get to use that.
Nice.
I want to expand it just a little bit more and say that when we get there, there will probably be refugees that will be frightened of him, and that no matter what occurs, he should not strike the refugees. If he needs to shove or to flee, that is fine, but
I
he
don't
should
think he
not
will.
kill the refugees really under any circumstance.
Okay.
Barring
Absolute unit.
no possible means of escape or non-lethal self-defense.
And he will accept. And so
Okay.
you cast
But
the spell,
just-
right?
Yeah.
I would like to assist Cody in the spell cast.
Okay.
Sure. And
Just
I
so-
can channel, right?
If you
That's a thing I
want,
can
yeah,
do.
you can.
Yeah, but
does
I mean,
that
it
do?
might help. It's you can roll a d6, and depending on how long you channel, you
Mhm.
get like up to extra 30%. But for like each 10%, you roll a d6, and on a 6, a chaos manifestation happens.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need that.
Yeah. So
Okay.
It'd
like
be
with me helping you.
funny.
And I get because it's the lowest tier. What does that do again?
It's a plus 10.
Plus,
Yeah.
yeah.
Plus 10. Okay.
Yes, you generally don't have to channel unless you
Oh,
Okay.
you wouldn't
really
even
suck.
need me. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll still roll.
Yeah.
Nah, because we wouldn't be able to crit even if I rolled. So
Okay. Yeah. So it's like it's a pretty like heavy like kind of ceremonial thing that you guys do where he 100% plays the part of
I have him
this,
swear on his lance.
yeah, like this honor bound knight, and you announce, Welker, I hereby bound you to this vow of fealty to not harm the refugees unless absolutely necessary, and he will respond in kind that like I do solemnly swear to do all in my power to avoid harming the refugees in the pursuit of the justice of the land. And he will swear it, and the magic sort of between the two of you coalesces as this vow.
Yeah. Badass.
nice.
All right. Well, we will escort you back
Soon.
soon. When we go, be sure to stay very close to us. All right. We need to talk about something else as well.
Yeah,
do.
so he will go to his beast and begin like feeding it from a pouch on his belt or something.
I will, if Nab will allow me, I will basically carry her to her horse.
Yeah,
to
so
your pony.
she can like walk and get up and stuff.
Yeah, but I
she
don't
is
want her
like,
to have to.
yeah, she's
She's
like
dizzy and-
significantly
Yeah.
like clocked.
Yeah, and I'm like clearly concussed, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
one eye is like
Lillian.
really dilated while the other one is not
Yeah.
dilated, and
So I think that went well.
Oh my god, you're an idiot.
Well, it didn't go super great
No.
for you, kiddo.
Not for me.
Yeah.
No.
sorry about Nightbot.
Oh,
you
God.
guys did good.
You
You're
guys
good.
did good.
Stop spamming Simba's
You're a
profile.
good egg, Lillian. I like you.
I'm an egg?
You're an egg, and you're good.
Jesus Christ.
I
she's
appreciate
like
that,
eggs.
Matt.
mine.
Normally are. They're normally good, Lillian. And I'm
I
gonna
do
like
like
grab
eggs.
the front of your vest
Yeah.
and like just go wide eyed and be like, they're so good! Don't ever forget that the eggs are good!
We'll
Jesus
get you
Christ.
we'll get you some eggs when we get back to
Yeah.
Fort Bodeswell.
Maybe some
Fuck.
Advil or something.
I need some eggs. I just want to see the cats again. Oh,
Jesus Christ. We
She,
need some
she like collapses in like a weeping pile on top of laughing.
yeah,
Midnight.
I'm just like literally like prone over, like belly down on the
Yep.
saddle.
So,
Blood kinda
okay,
still
so
leaking
now
out of
that
your nose.
she's out of it, we gotta figure out what the hell we're gonna do. Because if we go back and we have to deal with this shit, I am in no condition to help if shit starts to go south because they're gonna pull that dirty. And she'll glance over real quick, so it's not like caring because we know they're gonna pull that dirty fucking trick. And if we're gonna help, what's our plan? Are we going to help if they intervene? I assume so.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to.
We might get the people against this if we
I
do
was
this. You
gonna
know that, right?
It's possible.
I care, but I'm just saying, just so you know, things could go very poorly from all this, and then we have to deal with. He can't be in the area. We have to get him to leave.
We have 2 more bodies to help us with ensuring that the fight goes smoothly.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
could
Hart and
put it
Trish are there, and they're sort of conversing with you. As
Honestly, Hart could take on 2 guards at once if he
Yeah,
needed to.
Probably, but if we could
Um,
get like a night's rest, that would be amazing. That would make the world of a difference for me. I'm just mentally drained right now after seeing that thing and firing off my missile, like intense concentration to make sure it hits.
I think
When I
that's
hear
fair.
Lillian say that Hart could take on 2 guards, I'm like, I remember that time
God.
he fucking watered my fucking pony's fucking feet back. Do you remember that? He nearly drowned in his own fucking
God.
vomit.
Oh my god.
It's true.
Yeah, that was pretty awful.
Yeah.
He's worthless in a fight.
Yeah, so you're gonna need to sleep that off. I don't know how long that takes to get better.
Alright. I'll sleep. Yeah, that's a good fucking
We're gonna give
idea.
her some drugs. We've got
When
plenty.
you're concussed,
Drugs.
the best thing to do is go to sleep.
Yeah.
You don't
Right.
fucking sell you don't fucking use the
God.
drugs.
my God.
Lee.
Oh my god. We have these for a reason. Holy
And
shit. Shut up.
And
shut up.
I like lean in conspiratorially as best I can from my position, like draped over my saddle.
Elaine is very much rubbing her temples like, oh my god, shut up.
No, listen, girl. You got to fucking sell the drugs. That's you do
Yeah, so
that.
so
You say
mechanically,
that you use them. Don't fucking use them on me. You fucking say that you did.
oh yeah, sorry,
You
Nabeen.
hide them.
Well, use yours.
Nabeen, you do suffer 6 corruption as well, as
Okay.
you suffered that injury.
Okay.
So mechanically treating the injury, moderate and serious injuries must be treated successfully to begin the recuperation process. They can be treated
Wow.
once every 24 hours. And so she only has 1 injury, so it's just a routine plus 10 heal test. You have to have a skill rank and heal, a seed pot of opium, which is expended, and then it takes 10 minutes to give her the opium, bind her head, to I don't know, help the concussion or something.
Sure.
And
So can we use the heal check that I made earlier, or does it have to be a separate?
it has to
heal
be a
check?
separate plus 10% heal check
Okay.
that spins the opium. And basically, yeah, you're treating all of the symptoms, and then let's see, there's a recuperation time. Let's see.
If you do use the opium, Nab is definitely going to be like smacking at your hands the whole time.
We're gonna use your
like you can
opium.
use it doesn't matter whose opium it is. She's going to be smacking at your hands. But like you can use it. That's
We have
fine.
to because of it. You literally can't get better without it.
Yeah, I get that. But she's still going to be like, "Oh, it's fucking so big."
Celine will come up and be like, I swear to God, I will press on your skull right now if you don't chill.
That's okay. I already failed.
So he did fail, which
shit.
will
Fucking
delay
terrorist
recuperation.
juggler, you fucking goblin.
I'm gonna poke on her head.
Fatal damage received.
It's very much a fingers and push hard.
I'll just pass out when you do that.
This is
Jesus
going to be
Christ.
super inconvenient for my plan that I'm not going to be there to give a big impressive speech to the crowd
You can
to make sure that they stay on our side.
you can write it for me,
You
and
can write it-
I'll do
yeah.
it. Yeah, we'll do it for you
There you
if you
go.
write it
Cool.
out.
I'll do that.
So yeah, just
definitely
as a
need it.
heads up, once you succeed the test, she still has to recuperate, which is 2d10 plus 2 days for a serious
Oh,
injury.
it's days. I thought you said
Yeah.
it was minutes or hours or something. Okay, well, yeah, no point in really worrying about that too much.
Yeah.
But we tried.
Alright, so after we deal with this, we try
So
and
Nab
convince
is-
him.
Straight useless.
Yes.
Not entirely. But
She can't deal damage,
she can
Yeah.
deal her
She
base
can.
damage.
which is not
Yeah.
gonna. If anyone is wearing armor,
It's not gonna do shit.
So once she cleans the gun will still deal a d6 because gunpowder weapons
Oh, it's got punishing.
right.
do
basically.
inherently deal a d6.
That's
Blows
pretty-
it.
That's pretty lucky, actually.
Yeah.
Okay,
so she
so
won't
she's
get the
not-
2 for the gun, but she will get the 1,
That's fine.
which
it's
she will
something
have
at
to
least, but-
take the time to clean it or whatever.
I just need to get.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. What the band is gonna do is set up camp out here
Yeah.
for the night, or if
Good.
the orcs has a place he wants to take us, that's fine as well. But we can let him know that we expect there may be trouble. We want to make sure that we're in peak condition to go into the
And
Yeah,
encounter.
and he will rub the part on his chest where the magic missile struck him, and he'll say,
I really
I
wish
can,
we knew where Corna was.
Yeah, he's I can understand that.
Sensuously tweaks his nipple.
I
Wait,
respect.
didn't we get the ability? Didn't we have some crazy shit where we could send like Corna a dove?
Yeah, I believe she
Oh,
did.
we did?
I think we did.
You like gave her like a flag or something. There was
I gave her the harpy feather weapon, and she's like, "Thank you, I'll cherish this." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, we're friends."
I remember arranging something so that we could contact her again.
Yeah, I
and
thought
if
there
we
was
were-
some like you can call on me.
Yeah.
I'd have to look back and see what you did.
Yeah, well, if possible,
That might be
Hunter
an
can
option,
review
though.
that, and maybe we could
Get 'em to
maybe
move
like if we could
together.
take them together, then Corna would be a good influence on him.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd be a great influence on each other. He's already pretty decent. It's just he's
Yeah.
doing what he has to keep his brood alive. So
You can teach him some survival tricks. Maybe you can spend part of the rest of the day teaching him how to hunt.
I
yeah.
mean, Celine's fine with that. So,
Yeah, so you can decide to he will not take you to
I
fine.
didn't expect he would.
yeah, where the
I
where
thought
the,
he might,
the
but I didn't
juveniles
expect
are. He'll be pretty adamant that he's not
Yeah.
comfortable
Yeah.
with that.
Totally fine with that.
But
so
he he is willing to stay with you for the night and then
Please.
travel to the manor with you in the morning.
Celine will spend some time to kind of show him like survival things and like gathering to try and help, so he doesn't have to steal and whatnot.
So roll survival, and we'll see
Okay.
how successful you are.
So that's fine.
I wish we weren't down so many fortune points. This would be okay. Good.
Made
Cool.
it. Holy shit.
Yeah. So he's picking it up. He seems like he was basically entirely clueless that you could like get food from nature or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he
You know,
was like, food comes
Yeah.
from boxes and people have boxes, and so that's where I get the food.
And I'm sure your pets would do great at going out and hunting, and it'd be a good skill for a mother to teach children too.
Yeah, and
I
so
don't know how much she hunts as is.
he takes to it quickly and is sort of excited and surprised that that option exists.
Well, that's good.
Because he literally he will like say, like when I lived with the doctor, we were just given food. Like there's no finding it for yourself or anything like that. And so he's like, when I saw that, there were boxes of food like I had seen my entire life, that is what the food comes from the people, and if the people won't give you the food, then you have to take it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
during all this, I'm still like conscious and able to like
So
interact.
you're essentially normal
Mhm.
after
I'm
getting
just-
the opium and everything.
Mhm.
You feel very
And a lot of
weak.
pain.
Okay.
So like if you were to try, say, like thrust with your sword,
Sure.
it would lack
Not
the
do-
it would
Yeah.
lack the
There's
oomph.
no oomph to
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And when you try to like aim down
Okay.
the sights of your pistol, you're a little shaky,
Okay.
and your vision is a little unclear. But you're essentially normal besides those symptoms.
So as Celine is discussing like survival with them, I'm like, oh, what do you expect to happen to your brood if you fucking fail in this? And even if you don't, what's gonna happen to them? Have you taught them? You've taught them boxes? What are
And-
they gonna do?
And he will basically be like, well, I spent the entirety of my life either being fed or being alone.
I
And
can understand that, friend, but what about those babies?
I have been providing for them up until this point, and now
Right.
that I have at least a little bit of information that I can hopefully teach them, maybe there is other ways to do this.
What? Who's taking care of them now? You're here.
They are in a safe place, and I have provided them with enough food to last them at least a while. I was able
And
to
if you don't return,
then hopefully they will do as best they can. If
We
I am to
will
fall,
find them.
yeah.
If anything happened to you, we would scour these hills until we found them.
and he
Celine
will
just
say,
crosses her arm and shakes her head.
and he'll say,
And Nab just shakes her head when he says that, and she's just like, fine. And that's it. And she's just gonna kind of, lay across.
I'll
laughing
go to
midnight.
Nab
Yeah.
before you go to sleep, and I'll say, you're probably not happy with that as an answer, but if
No,
this guy
no.
is on his deathbed, you know where his mind's gonna be, and if he trusts us even the slightest, he's gonna tell us.
I get that, but there's so many fucking variables, Lillian.
Yeah,
They're just wee babies.
Yeah, I think that their mom is gonna stay outside. If we need to, we can chop the bindings on her, send her running, and she'll go to him.
Hopefully.
Props.
Yeah, and he was
I-
gonna say that if he thinks that he is going to die, he will send the adult to go and find and take care of the juveniles.
Okay.
Like he will.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna
dismiss
kind
her.
of just shake my head again and nuzzle closer to Laughing Midnight.
Ouch! What the fuck? My cat just bit my face.
Get fucked.
Little
Deserved it.
asshole. We were
Alright.
nuzzling. Yeah. So the group makes camp with
Celine will try and bed him tonight.
Don't forget about your rats, Celine.
You
yeah,
have to get married first.
roll your charm minus 30.
Minus 30? Oh, man. Can I
You're
just
not
be like...
married.
Yeah, this is
That would be dishonorable.
out of
shit.
wedlock. Come on.
Okay, so there's not...
That's not the
Doesn't matter, she's
actual
gonna try.
reason, but that's
fine.
sure a
It's very funny.
yeah, that's a very funny reason.
Okay. I want you to know if I make this is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry,
no,
it's
he
less
didn't.
than that. I didn't do
He
the minus
include
30.
minus
Yeah.
30.
Yeah.
Alright, guys.
Not even
Um,
close,
Wish I had that
actually.
high.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say there's no way you have a 75 charm.
No.
I
sorry.
calculated it a little late, but
Yeah.
that's so sad.
Yeah.
So
There's no way.
as you try to broach the topic,
Mhm.
he is completely oblivious. He has no understanding of sex or attraction or anything like that. He
Oh,
is
God.
just entirely like confused, and like any innuendo is just completely lost on him. And so unfortunately it is a lost cause.
Shit. She's like, God damn it!
Yeah.
God.
Oh, shit.
I have the hiccups.
What if the captain found out?
Yeah. So yeah, the
I'm
group
not with the captain currently.
sleeps, and that is where we'll call it for tonight. So
Sleepy time.
Phenomenal.
the 5 adventurers and Welker the Orc's Knight are awakened in the morning to travel back to the Savang estate.
And I am unhinged. Oh, wait, no, I only go up by 1, right? That's because it's not safe.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've got an orc watching over
I would
us.
say that because you have found the great threat that you sort of set out to in this area, that you're pretty secure in the idea that you're not gonna get fucked with. So everybody,
ready for a fight.
yeah, so everybody can go up to unhindered on their peril track.
Oh, shit.
And at the
Oh,
start
I'm
of
already there.
at the start of next session next week, we'll do the rolls for heals on anybody's injuries and stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna call it there. We went a little extra for Cody,
We had a bigger audience too.
and we had a
For
very
Cody, and we started a little late.
and we did
so.
start late because I'm an idiot. And so
Correct.
thank you everybody for watching. Had an excellent time. I hoped you all enjoyed Welker the Orc's Knight and the wonderful Sash Bearers. We are Fiends and Friends, a sort of gaming collective is the descriptor that we use. We put on this show every week, Friday at 9 Central, here on the official Zweihander RPG channel. We do have a bunch of other content in the pipeline. If you are interested in checking that out, we have a Patreon where we're going to be posting all that stuff. We have a Twitter account which will be promoting a bunch of that extra stuff
That is
coming.
linked in the Patreon. Nice and easy to get to.
Yeah. And what else? My name is Hunter. I am the humble game master of the Scarlet
Humble
Sash
man.
stories. These are my amazing friends, Nathan, Cody, and Chris. We also have 2 other cast members who are not here right now, so they don't matter, and you don't need to know their names. And
But if you did need to know them, they're Topher
yes,
and
Topher and Jordan are the 2 missing
Yeah.
2 missing cast members. We will be incorporating more cast members as the show grows and as Fiends and
We
Friends
might
grows.
have a couple coming up soon too. These next couple sessions too, because Cody will be gone. He's got some stuff. He's going on a big old trip. So
Yeah, I will miss you guys for the next month. I've got
Yeah.
trip to Texas,
viewers
trip
of
to
your
Mexico.
permanent.
Then
Not
I've got
here.
2 shows, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner,
Yeah.
Salt Lake City. If you happen to be in the area and want to see some cool, unique theater, check us out on Facebook, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
And along those same lines, I am the stage manager for said production. If I have put this out earlier, if anybody wants to actually come to Utah, I will buy your tickets to that. I'm gonna put a limit on like 5, but come see our play because it actually is legitimately pretty awesome.
Yeah. So follow the Zweihander channel. There's a bunch of other shows that air on here that are excellent. Tons of really great people that are partnered with Zweihander RPG, also including us. We're great. Check out our Fiends and Friends stuff. And what else? We're awesome. Our viewers are awesome. You guys are all beautiful. We appreciate you. Thank you for the raid again, for any of you raiders who are still here. And are we showing the cat?
Good night and good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night and good luck.
This is Stormageddon. She hates this.
This is my cat.
That's my old cat, Mr. Bo.
This is Rugen. He's made out of darkness.
Oh no, my headphones just attached. Stormy is fat and super thin.
So
No
thank you
ugly
all
cat,
again.
Cody.
Thank you all again, and we are signing off on another episode of the Scarlet Sash Stories. I can't get to my mouse because my cat is sitting
Later,
on it.
nerds.
Good night.
I can't.
Jesus.
I literally. You gotta move. All right.
End it quickly.
Stop.